Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. We are here in the JATC South Building on a beautiful spring day. We have 6 board members present. Mr. Robinson is coming, should be here shortly. And we are going to start out with our first agenda item, and that is the Calendar Committee recommendations for the 2025. And here's Mr. Robinson. So now we have all 7 board members present. Calendar Committee recommendations for the 25-26 school year, and we are excited to have some of the Calendar Committee here with us and welcome them. So I will turn the time over to Dr. Anderson and then Mr. Caleb Olson.
Yep, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here. We're excited because this is as you know, for the last couple of years, we've changed the cycle of our calendar approvals so that our goal is to approve a calendar that gives families about 18 months of lead time to make plans, and that's been a welcome change. We've had a lot of positive feedback on it, and it doesn't come without its challenges. We're here to talk about some of those tonight, but also it's one of the more impactful things that I think we do in the district, because so many people plan their lives literally around what goes on in the school calendar. And so with that, I just want to thank in advance Mr. Olson and his team, the calendar committee, comprised of employees and parents, various stakeholders that have put this together. So I appreciate them, and we have several members of the calendar committee that will be introduced here tonight. So Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I do have 3 members of the committee here with me today. I did tell them I could not protect them if the board chose to ask them questions directly, so please be polite and kind to them, as they are not necessarily used to being in public meetings. But I have with me tonight 2 parent representatives and 1 JESPA representative. The fun thing about the committee this year is we have 3 different Angelas, so I may not give you their last names because I may not remember their last names, but we have Sheree Oliver, who is one of our parent representatives, Angela Allen, who is a JESPA representative and is the nutrition manager at Bingham High, and then Angela Greer, who is another one of our parent representatives, and this is her first year on the calendar committee. So they're here. You are welcome to ask them questions, but I told them they didn't have to answer if they didn't want to. So we can be aware of that. We'll go through the options, or if you want to talk to them, ask them some questions about what the calendar committee experience was like. We can go either way. Ms. Miller, I don't know if you want us to just jump into the options, or if you'd like to hear from the parents a bit first, however you'd like to proceed.
Yeah, let's go through the options first, and then we can open it up.
All right. I wanted to mention, just as a reminder to the board, that creating the calendar is a bit of a challenge, much like the story If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, because in that story, if you give the mouse the cookie, then he wants the glass of milk, and if he wants the milk, then it proceeds from one to the next to the next. And in the calendar, there are a lot of knock-on effects. It may seem like a simple thing to, I don't know, schedule a day off for a solar eclipse, just to come up with an example at random.
Still is a good idea, I think. You'll be paying for it in another couple of weeks.
I back you on that.
There are always going to be consequences, and it may seem like, well, why can't we just do X? But trying to balance is one of the challenges, and I'm glad we have Angela here, both of them, but Angela Allen, because one of the important things that we try to do in creating options is make sure that, as Dr. Anderson said, it doesn't just work for parents and families, but it works for teachers, it works for our classified or our ESP employees, it works for everyone who's involved in the creation process. We have 3 options for the board that we have prepared. The first one is called the early August start option because, and I can repeat this if it's unclear, it starts in early August. It begins earlier than any other calendar has in the Jordan School District history. I am talking far too much. Do you want to introduce one? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I'm fine with it. Well, you're halfway through this one.
Okay, then I'll finish. It's the earliest start of a calendar in Jordan District history, and by history I mean from about 1975 on, because that's all the history I have access to. It has long breaks. They are all at least a week long. At spring, fall, Christmas is 2 weeks. It ends the week of Memorial Day. Some possible concerns about this calendar, as I mentioned, it's the earliest start in district history. It would impact some of our startup programming and some employee contracts. Employees would start back earlier than some of them are used to. Our teachers would be back in the building around the time that admin conference is usually held, so there would be some scheduling adjustments. It also has a rather long haul from March 30th to May 29th with only one teacher professional development day off during that time. It is quite a...
Get the Michael Anderson Day?
We don't have the option for that this year, unfortunately.
Such a good.
So quite a long
Great day.
run on that one. The second option is the middle August start option, and this one I'll let Sheree talk about.
Okay, so this one is, we start on August 19th, which is about average for what we've started in the past. And this one we end on June 4th, which again is a very common kind of a typical calendar. We did a very like copy and paste calendar on this one. It's still a week-long breaks for fall and spring, 2 weeks for winter break. So it's a really easy calendar. It's a great option if we want to keep going with what we've kind of done in the past few years. Okay, I can do the late August one too. Okay, so we've got another one that doesn't start until August 25th, so that's a later start than we've done the last few years. This one also gets out June 4th. Breaks are a little bit shorter, so only 3 days for spring and 3 days for fall. Still 2 full weeks for winter. That doesn't change on any of the calendars. But those are the main differences, the shorter breaks, but we start later.
On all of the options, I want to call the board's attention to 2 items that we have scheduled. We'll just use this as the example. In September and October, we have continued the scheduling that the board approved last month, I believe, where in September and October we're splitting a professional development day so that in September, when the secondary schools are on their teacher conference comp day, the elementaries will have their professional development day, and 1 week later, when the elementaries have their teacher conference comp day, the secondaries will have a professional development day. So all of the students in the district will have 2 consecutive Fridays off instead of parents trying to remember and juggle which schools are in and out of session on what days. The other scheduling change that we have proposed is in February. You'll notice if you look at February's calendar, for a number of years we have done conferences on 2 consecutive weeks. And it has typically gone with secondary being the week before Washington and Lincoln Day and elementary being the week of. So secondary would get a 4-day weekend and elementary would get a Monday and Friday off 3-day week. We are proposing on this calendar that we just consolidate conferences into the same week. We have 2 nights marked, but there would be some flexibility with scheduling of that. But doing that in 1 week allows all of the students in the district and teachers to have a 4-day weekend because of the comp day and then Washington and Lincoln Day. So that change is on all 3 of the calendar options as well. So we have 3 calendar options that we would like the board's consent to go survey on. They have 3 different start dates and 2 different end dates. 2 of them are very similar, the early and mid-August starts, very similar calendars. The late August start is quite a bit different and quite a bit shorter in terms of breaks and recesses than what we have typically done in the past. But those are the options that we have for the board. We are eager to field any questions or thoughts or conversation the board may have on those options, and then we can talk about scheduling for the survey if the board is okay with moving forward.
Middle August and early August, the big difference is when they start and when they end. Everything else is generally the same in the...
Yes, if you look as I flip between them in a very technologically savvy way,
that helps.
there are a couple of other differences. The early August start, one of the key differences is on January 5th. We have again tried a teacher professional development day on the first day back from winter recess. So an additional day off for students, but teachers would come back. One of the members of the committee is Sarah Palmer, our payroll director. And that day had some teachers who used the leave day, but not as many as you might think on a day back from a break. So because it seemed to be well received, we've scheduled that on the early August start. The middle August start just does not have that date, trying to differentiate between the 2 a little bit to have the calendars be a little bit more different than each other.
But there's the same number of professional development days. on
Correct.
both-
They just fall in different places.
All different places, okay. Spring break's a different week as well.
That's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Spring break in early August is March 23rd through the 27th. In the mid-August start, it is March 30th through April 3rd. And just as a point of reference, in 2026, Easter is on April 5th. So the middle August option would have spring break around Easter.
Remind me what the survey, how that works and who is involved and
Yeah, so what the board has traditionally done is the calendar committee brings at least two options. Policy requires two options, but if there are more, we bring more. We then send a survey out to patrons. Parents and employees get the survey. We usually run it for about 2 weeks, 2 full weekends, and then we bring the results back to the board. And at that time, when we bring the results back, it's usually the day of a business meeting, so the board will approve a calendar at that time, but in study session, we bring the results back and make a recommendation to the board as to what calendar I think should be approved, but the board can make whatever decisions they think are appropriate in that case. So given the time we're at, if the board is okay with these three options, I'll just click ahead. We would likely begin a survey around April 1st, maybe April 2nd, just to avoid people thinking we're trying to play a late day April Fool's joke on them and just clear things on that. We'd go through about April 14th. That's 2 weeks through a Sunday night. We usually end the survey Sunday at midnight just to provide a full weekend. And then look to bring results back to the board to the study session on April 23rd with approval as a business item that same evening.
one more question. Over the course of your experience with calendaring, I guess all of you, are there some concerns that parents and teachers have with calendaring that kind of come up every year, but we can't address them very effectively? I'm just curious what some of those issues would be that we can't really fix or address.
Can I jump in on that? You'll
Start
be
after Labor Day.
start after Labor Day, end before Memorial Day, and maintain a week fall, winter, 2 weeks at winter, and 1 week at spring. So, actually, I think Caleb has created calendars in the past. Knowing Caleb, he'll probably pull it up out of nowhere. And he's created a calendar that actually accomplishes that goal. And what it means is that do you get Christmas Eve off?
So if we were to do a Labor Day, Memorial Day option, in order to hit the 180 days the state requires, we would have no fall recess. We would take Thursday and Friday off for Thanksgiving. On winter recess, we would get Christmas Eve off, but we would be back in school on Friday, January 2nd. There would be no spring recess, and we would end the Friday before Memorial Day. So
So it's doable, and it's popular as a notion until people know the trade-off. It's kind of like saying, do you want to go to Disneyland? Okay, now do you want to be in the car for 12 hours? Those are very different questions.
With no
So I
bathroom
say
breaks.
that for anyone listening because I know that there's some nostalgia about the idea that the school year should take less time. The general approach has been to allow for longer breaks, just because that's been popular.
The other things we heard this last year, you don't owe me, was that they had a really hard time with all the Fridays off in February with the Wellness Day and then the parent-teacher conferences and the holidays and everything. It was really hard about every Friday off, and some of them were off and some of them weren't, and things like that. And so we tried to accommodate that as much as possible.
Talk to me about the parent-teacher conference change for February, and this might be a question for Dr. Anderson or Dr. Godfrey, but are administrators and teachers good with that change?
It's going to be, I think, in general, that those 3 days that we would have it, they could they have already been using a virtual day option, so there'd be some flexibility there. We haven't outright proposed it to administrators and teachers yet. The trade-off is they all get the same day and that Friday off. That would be good. The concern also is raised with, concern with parents that have students at multiple levels, and how are they going to get from one conference to the next potentially if they've got students at all three levels. Those are the outlines.
The other issue that comes up is teachers who are parents. So they're teaching one level, need to attend conferences at another level, and they're trying to juggle that. So in the past, when we've put conferences in the same week, that's the issue. But I don't know that we have combined conferences in the same week since we started virtual conferences. So I think that might provide the level of flexibility that could offset or mitigate that difficulty. I'll also say to those listening here and over the airwaves that we are, not that we have a plan in place, but I want to continue to explore what parent-teacher conferences look like and how we can make those the most effective use of time possible. So it's possible that by the time we get to these parent-teacher conferences, we'd have some other ideas about how to provide conferences that are meaningful and flexible. But generally, that's the concern, is from teachers who are also parents in the district.
I was wondering if there's some kind of edit we can put on the calendar says, or by appointment, for parent-teacher conferences. Because I don't know they have to be on that day. You know, you can make arrangements.
Emails that I've received from teachers.
Yeah, but I just mean bring it onto the calendar too. So.
And from my experience, it seems like the second parent conference isn't as well attended. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, especially in the secondary, the numbers go down in the spring or early spring. People like to come out in the fall to get to know their teachers, to get to know the lay of the school and so forth. So we see a higher rate of attendance in the fall.
Is it time to take it off the calendar?
I'll second that.
Is it time to take parent-teacher conference off the calendar?
Well, that's why I mentioned that we're looking at what the right options are. Now, those are counted as, there's an instructional day that's traded for us to be able to hold parent-teacher conferences. So if we were to do away with parent-teacher conferences, then we would need to either structure something different that wasn't on the calendar, that allowed for some time for teachers to do that. But we'd have to think about how we still get credit for that instructional day, or we can just restore an instructional day on that Friday compensation day and eliminate the conferences. So that would be an option. We would just have to find another place in the calendar for that day of instruction.
At
which
what
would be
point
that
do we
Friday.
pull that trigger, though?
And so I've been to a couple middle schools who have held either a cultural celebration or a STEM night in conjunction with their parent-teacher conferences. And the big draw has been to come and hear your student or see your student or see what your student has done, and then visit with your students' teachers or whatever. So I like how that has worked. It seems like a really good way to get families into their students' schools and see what their kids are doing.
I think one of the answers is, what do we do for each level, which speaks to your point, because at the elementary level, spring is still very well attended. At the secondary level, maybe semester classes get a little more traction, but high school spring parent-teacher conferences, you experience very low turnout. So I think the question is, when do we pull that trigger? Is there something we need to replace it with? And do we do the same thing for all three levels? Because each level is a little bit different. So that's why I bring it up. I think it's a very important question for us to take on.
So I would propose we survey on it. And one of these calendars says parent-teacher conference for elementary only. At some point, every time we approve a calendar, we miss the opportunity to actually have the conversation, and then it just becomes tradition.
You're saying for spring
Mm-hmm.
in particular?
Mm-hmm. With heightened increased communication between parent and teacher nowadays, I think the need for parent-teacher conference is diminishing, and at some point we need to say, is this just a tradition we need to break? So let me ask my 3 questions. Is it time to break the tradition of parent-teacher conferences and assume that parents and teachers have adequate means of communication? Number 2, do we still need a grade transmittal day? And number 3, are we ready to accept that the Health and Wellness Day is a regular part of our calendar? It's not a temporary thing reacting to a temporary need. We've now hit the number of calendars since we initiated a Health and Wellness Day that my perception is it has now become a tradition. Jordan School District every year has a Health and Wellness Day. And I'm okay with that, but I think the board needs to pause and say, this started out as a reaction to a need and has now become a tradition. Are we okay with that? I think traditions are wonderful, but sometimes traditions need to change.
And one more thing I'd like to say is I think there are some students whose families, the only time they come into their school in secondary schools is during parent-teacher conferences. Their students might not be in band or orchestra, or participate in a play or anything. And I think it bears looking at, but I also think it's important to have specific times when families feel invited into their child's school and to meet their teachers and to see their classrooms. And I don't know if it has to be a parent-teacher conference, but I feel like it's really important for families and parents to feel invited into their kids' schools and invited to meet their teachers.
The problem is they're not coming.
They're not
If you
coming.
take the number of people that are coming, you take the compensation that we're given to our teacher in that day, and it's just not good money used in a secondary level. From experience of working with the secondary schools. Can I add a 4th one? It seems like we now have a tradition, and this is why we couldn't really consider the eclipse, is the fall and spring break seems to be the quarter breaks. Is that like,
So
which I like, by the way, and I voted for that calendar.
Last year, when we did the calendar survey, we also included some preference questions to
Perfect.
help guide this year's calendar, and that was one of the things that was indicated as a preference, to have it attached into the break. Doing that saves us a few days because students don't attend and teachers aren't required to do in-person work. So if the grade transmittal day didn't exist, we would potentially still have the same length of breaks. You just might see quarters ending in different places. But we did survey that last year as a preference question, and we will probably include those preference questions
And
each
and
year. as we go through.
overwhelmingly, they like that, which is why that didn't go down. Perfect. Can I just, to Dr. Godfrey, it seems though that these breaks, spring and fall break, some teachers tend to want to send out homework for the beginning of the next quarter. And I think in policy, we aren't supposed to give homework on those breaks. Is that correct?
We don't prohibit that.
Oh, we don't prohibit it? I thought it was in policy.
I'd have to look, but I don't think we prohibit it. I thought we encouraged that it not be done, but I don't think it's absolutely prohibited.
I can look it up.
Go look. I haven't read it recently.
It's
That
just
is
nice if
something-
they can take a break, you know, just everyone, teachers and students, everyone just take a break.
That is something I looked for on these calendars, and it looks like the quarter ends and then they go on a break, at least briefly.
Right.
On all options? Do I remember that right?
Yeah, that's reflected.
Calendar
in-
committee is already on it.
One idea to Mr. Dunford's questions and the point on there is if we do survey on the preferences he outlined, we could do it as a standalone type of question rather than make it if we incorporate or try to incorporate it into an option that could, it would be hard to differentiate, I think, between the two for a lot of patrons, just understanding the nuances of it rather than ask a standalone question on their preferences, much like we have in the past. That might be one way to approach it.
Or we end up with 6 options because we have 3
Right,
without
right.
it and 3 with it, so that people.
Or do we just make the administrative decision it's time to end that tradition, and we offer a calendar without parent-teacher conference?
That would be a board decision, but
Yep.
yes, you could do that and put it out that way. And I would just say that you would restore the instructional day for secondary in that same week, and you've got a calendar that'll allow you to do that. You could also, I mean, this is a timeline that we've set up because we want parents to have and employees to have it before the end of the year, but you could also say between now and the next time we meet as a board, we just want to ask the separate questions. But you could say, we're making a decision as a board that we are moving toward not having secondary spring conferences, and we want a calendar out there that reflects that. You could absolutely do that. Now, I would, in response to your other questions, you could survey about Health and Wellness Day. I don't think that has been around long enough to. I personally, I've still felt a big impact and the need for it. So I don't think it's fallen, for me, into the tradition category yet, but it's something we could certainly survey about. Do you still want to do this because it changes our February?
So let me ask you a question, and I don't mean I don't mean anything by this. Don't assume any weight or negativity. Did he tell you to put a Health and Wellness Day in, or did you just assume that we're going to keep it?
I will answer so that they don't have to. I told them to put the Health and Wellness Day in because we have done a Health and Wellness Day for the past 2 years.
That's what I was wondering. And again, no negativity. I'm just wondering if it's I request, we need, or this is just something we've done in the past, so let's keep doing it.
Cabinet.
And I'm not opposed to doing it.
No, Cabinet told them to continue to put it in, but then it gives a chance for the board to review it. And the reason we do it the way that we do is the board can say, actually, we don't want a Health and Wellness Day, and we don't think we need this particular day, the Michael Anderson Day or whatever it is. And although that's a favorite of mine. So then you, all of this is on the table. And I think Mr. Olson and his team have done a particularly good job, these committee members, of really looking at everything and not saying, well, we've always done this, so we better do it, with the exception of parent-teacher conferences, because I don't think we've ever given the flexibility to say, hey, try it without. And so now on the grade transmittal days, it's been years. That is in the tradition category very much for me. But years ago, as part of negotiations, we brought up the idea of not having those days on the calendar. But even though teachers are not required to come in, they felt like they needed that time to finalize grades at the time. But that's been years ago. So I think the parent-teacher conference falls in tradition. I think that those grade transmittal days certainly fall into tradition. And the health and wellness is certainly, worth asking about if that's something that the board wants to do. Although I think that it's not been around so long that it's drifted from its purpose.
So a reminder, this policy was majorly revamped when we got on the board 7 years ago, Bryce. And remember what we did is we took out all the handcuffs out of the way. We took the traditions, like we had all these things in there that you had to do this, you had to do that. So we need to be careful not to add them back in. But at the same time, we got to be clear to ask questions from time to time. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel all the time. So I don't know if that's putting it on the website, but I'm kind of afraid to put it in policy. We will have a wellness day, but maybe we could, because maybe there's a board 5 years from now says that's great for them, but we don't want to have it.
Is there anyone on the board that's interested in not having a health and wellness day on this calendar?
I have. If we were to make one of the calendar options not have it, would that be a way to survey?
I don't think we do it for parents' sake. And so if we're asking parents, should we have a health and wellness day? I don't know that you're going to get the answer you want. We do it because our staff needed a health and a wellness day.
Any of those questions where you're looking at finding out the preferences of our community, I would suggest not doing them as a calendar option, because if, for instance, you take the early August start calendar and take the health and wellness day off of that, are people voting for or against the early start or for or against the health and wellness day? If it's its own question, then you get a clear answer. If it's just in as an option, you have to provide a lot more options so people can express their preference.
If the board is not interested in getting rid of it, we shouldn't ask the question, though. We should only ask if we're thinking, yeah, we should get rid of it. But from what I'm seeing, no one on the board, maybe Nikki?
No.
No? Okay. Everyone on the board wants to keep it? Then I don't think we need to ask about it.
But I think we need to ask the question each year.
Ask what question, if we should keep it on the calendar?
As a board, not necessarily as part of the survey.
We, the board, needs to ask the question, at what point is it, if Dr. Godfrey says, I think we still need it, that's all I need to hear. But when he says we no longer need it and it's just become kind of another day off, and it's a lot of work for some people, then I'd say, I don't know that we're getting the bang for the buck that we're spending. And all I heard, what I heard him say this year is in his opinion, we still need it, and that's all I need to hear.
And I appreciate that approach to the calendar. I think we need to ask the questions every year so that we don't fall into the traps we had to pull ourselves out of. I mean, we had policies that said
X number of
the
days
third
and-
weekend of this, month is when we hold this break, and there were a lot of constraints that made for unwieldy calendars. So I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, what about grade transmittal day? Anyone interested in
Can someone
not
explain
having
the
that?
purpose? Is that counted as a learning day? That just counts as a teacher employment day, right?
Let me take you through the history quickly.
I remember back in the olden days,
Yeah.
teachers had to be this,
Yeah.
right?
The grade transmittal day required you to come in person as a teacher, and you had to work your 8 hours, and that was paid for at various times by the board and by the state when they gave us 10 extra professional development days for a few years in there. I used to be the 5 a.m. shift where teachers who wanted to come in early and leave quickly would come in, and you would have to come in, be there, check in, check out, do your grades. Later, we said the state cut the funding, so we cut it to 4 hours, and then we cut it to 2 hours. And during that time, we said teachers don't need to come. We know that you're doing the work on grades anyway, and we'll just fold the pay into your salary. So teachers are paid for those days, but now it's back up to, I think it was up to 8 hours, but then it was just paid as a percentage of the salary. So it's just folded into everyone's salary, and it kind of gets lost in that way. So those grade transmittal days are days that teachers are paid to do grades, but they don't have to come in. But having the space in the calendar traditionally has been viewed by teachers as giving them some breathing room to get those grades finalized for the end of the quarter, even though they don't come in. Did I answer your question?
So they're paid for it.
But not as a stipend or anything like that. It's folded
Part
into
of their
the
You wouldn't be
the
able to
salary
see it
at
as
this
a line
point.
item or anything like that.
Could an administrator, if your grades weren't in, require you to come in?
No.
I think it was probably created before we have the digital grades that we have now, like Canvas and such.
Right. It's been around for a long time. So you could survey on whether, I think it would be teachers in particular that would be impacted if you took it away.
For the parents, I mean, it's a day off that's been oftentimes in the last few years anyway, been rolled into spring and fall recesses, so they don't count it as today's actually grade transmittal day, tomorrow our spring break counts, even though that may be how employees view it sometimes.
But if we took it off, it's not gonna impact employees and it's not gonna impact families.
It'll change the calendar by 4 days every year.
We could leave it as
3
a
days
day
a
off
week.
though, right?
And some of them use it as a prep day.
But if it was just a day off, it wouldn't be a contract day and teachers wouldn't get paid.
Unless we add it to their 32 hours. I know, but you can add them, you can add those days.
We're paying teachers not for the day, but for the extra work that they do to finalize grades. But like I said, it's folded in. That's ancient history. Nobody can detect that in their paycheck any longer. That's just,
What if they're finalizing their grades on Thursday night instead of on Friday transmittal day? They're still getting
Correct.
work whenever they do it.
right.
That's correct.
That's right.
I think we should explore changing it, but not with the calendar. I mean, we could leave the calendar as it is, but
But the question is, would teachers rather have those 4 days at the beginning or end, or spread out throughout the year? And I think that's a question worth asking. If we took those 4 days and moved it to the beginning or the end, 3 days.
they don't do the
Oh,
last.
I see what you mean.
We took
And
those
shorten
3
the
days.
year.
If we're paying them to do their grades and giving them a day, we could give them that day at the beginning or the end. Would they rather start later, go home earlier, or leave earlier, or have those days spread out? I think that's a question worth asking.
And perhaps a question that we aim only at employees or teachers at least.
I don't,
in the
yeah, I don't
survey.
think it affects the calendar at all.
I don't know that we would be able to shift those days to the beginning or the end because they're not contract days, they're just compensated days. The pay for those days, correct me if I'm wrong, is just built into the base teacher salary. So if grade transmittal days went away, the only noticeable change would be the orange days on the calendar become yellow days. We wouldn't really be able to shift them one way or the other.
Because they're still
But-
not
but
instructional days.
Are you
Sorry.
talking about taking those away and having instruction on those days? Is that what you mean?
No one goes to school, and most teachers don't go to school. And yet we're paying teachers for those days. And so I'm just wondering, is there a better way to make that arrangement? I don't want teachers, I'm just asking, is there a better way? I worry that that has just become a wasted day that we're paying for. And could we would it allow us to shift things around if we're paying for teachers to do grades and not come to school that day? Is there another way to do it?
He's not asking to take money away from teachers.
I don't want to take money away from teachers, and I don't want them all of a sudden teaching that day instead of not teaching that day.
Okay.
Bryce just
So I'm
doesn't
not-
like the color orange.
I'm just wondering if it's
My
time
favorite
for
color.
us to admit that this day is not a grade transmittal day. We don't do that.
And we could do that if I mean, I guess the question is, do teachers need a day of breathing room or whatever we call it at the end of the quarter to work? And whether that comes in the form of a recess or whether it comes in the form of another type of holiday, doesn't matter. And that gets back to Bryce or Daryl's point of orange versus yellow. But I think the question to me, the seminal question is, do teachers need a day after the quarter to breathe, to do their grades, to prep for the new quarter, and so forth?
Are you talking about not calling them grade transmittal days?
That's all he's doing.
That all the only change you're
No,
talking
I'm
about?
asking all those questions.
Okay.
If this
Are
is
you
a
asking
day
if it ought to
off,
be an
if
instructional
this is a
day?
day off, can we move the day off to another day? If this is simply a day off, if this is not counted,
In other words, have an instructional day that day.
yeah.
Or vacation day.
So speaking
we could
as
start
a
later.
teacher, I think they need it. That is, for me, a day when I'm prepping for the quarter that's about to begin, a day when I'm recovering from a ton of data gathering. I think the timing is part of the draw. Give me a longer summer, I won't notice it much, but I really notice it on that day.
The problem is you're not doing that. You already have that whole week. You have the fall whole week break and the spring whole week break. So you're still going to get that time off. You're going to be able to
Yeah,
get.
but what keeps it sacred at that timing if it isn't labeled differently?
So perhaps the biggest distinction about the grade transmittal day, because it is still a work day for employees on longer contracts, administrators, custodians, district office works those days. One of the biggest change or differences of that day is that on that day, a teacher's badge will let them into the building because they are able to come in if they want to. On a regular break day, their teacher badge does not let them into the building because it is a non-contract day for them. So it's not a compensated day. It doesn't give us anything on the calendar to shift it around, but it is a day built into the schedule where teachers have the option to go into their classroom to work if they want. They're paid for that day, whether they use the time in that way or not. Some teachers may stay home and finalize their grades and be done. Some teachers may work out longer hours for the week before to finalize their grades and be done. I think the district has given quite a bit of flexibility in that regard to say, we understand you're doing the work anyway, so we're setting aside a day for it, but if it works better for you to do that work at a different time, that's fine. That day is available for faculty to come into the building to do work if they want to, whereas on other break days, they can't necessarily do that without making other arrangements. The other big difference that we would see if a grade transmittal day was no longer part of our calendar is the quarter might end in a slightly different place, because right now D207 says that the grade transmittal day is the next day after the quarter ends, which means that we end quarters on Thursdays and Fridays, because it doesn't make much sense to have the quarter end on Tuesday, have Wednesday be a day that nobody comes, and then back to school on Thursday and Friday. So it might allow some shifting there. But to answer Mr. Robinson's question, that's why grade transmittal days are connected to a break, because it just works well. It's not policy, it's just how it works out to have that there. And sometimes we have a year where it works, where we have a 5-day recess with a grade transmittal day on the Friday or the Monday before. It's just how it works out. Moving them doesn't really save us anything financially or calendar or otherwise. Those days don't count. It's just a day where teachers have the ability to go in and work. And that, I think, has some value to some of our teachers. Some of them may not take advantage of it. Some of them do.
And I may build on that. I mean, it's entirely possible, because of the nature of certain ESP contracts and administrator contracts, that those days may be open for teachers to come into the building anyway because of the length of the contracts for those two groups. So it depends. It could be done.
So you think we still need them?
I think this is my gut tells me that if we were to survey teachers, most would appreciate the day off after breaks. After quarters.
I know from being a parent that some teachers are grading that day.
Yeah.
I've had my kids get on that day to see what grade they got on the paper, because that's the day the teacher put it
Yeah,
in.
they're
So I know
uploading
it is
that day.
being used.
Correct.
And we talk about Health and Wellness Day that is in our calendar. I would submit to you that these are health and wellness days for our teachers. Not that that's what they're doing, but it's just a day to kind of let down and getting reinvigorated. That's how I look at it.
I also think that having these days encourages our teachers to continue instruction up until the last day before the break, because they don't have to use their time at school with students finishing things up at the end of the quarter. So I think that it can help teachers provide instruction up to the last day before the break begins, to have these days.
So suppose a board was to have approved the eclipse calendar, the day after the quarter would have been a grade transmittal day, and then we would have gone to school for a week, and then we would go see the eclipse as a district.
It was a dark day when we did not approve the eclipse.
And Caleb
Dark
knew
day
that
in the sunlight.
about it today.
But that would be correct, right? So that grade transmittal day is kind of a fixed figure, that if there ever is a board that changes what we're doing right now of having that whole week off in between the quarters for whatever reason, they still get that day after. So maybe that's a reason.
That's one of the reasons, if you look at the calendar that's up on the screen, in March, the quarter ends on March 20th, because that's where the days landed. We have a grade transmittal day on Monday. We could have started school back on the 24th and put spring recess somewhere else. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have spring recess start that next Monday on the 30th, so we would be back for 4 days and then take time off. So it just impacts where breaks fall in a lot of reasons, because it's consolidating that time. And as was mentioned by Angela, we've had some parent concerns that when kids are in and out, it gets confusing. So we try to consolidate where we can.
Okay, is anyone on the board interested in getting rid of grade transmittal days?
I would entertain it, but not as part of a calendar discussion. And I think it's almost administrative decision, not a board.
Anyone else? Okay. Keeping grade transmittal and health and wellness days. What else? Parent teacher conferences.
I am definitely interested in hearing some ideas for ways to replace parent-teacher conference at the secondary level, even if it's just one session. But I don't know that I want to delay approving the calendar in order to do it. I would just as soon incorporate that into the next calendar.
We say that every year, or at least we think that every year.
Well, but my suggestion
It's the
would come
calendar.
with,
It's on.
my suggestion would come with the assignment that you start looking into it and present us with ideas.
It's possible that this calendar, this 25-26 calendar, does a toe dip into the water of looking at restructuring parent-teacher conferences. We could add it as a standalone question in the survey as a preference as well, and maybe that informs next year's the 26-27 calendar, and we could, in the interim, be talking about options to give the calendar committee or options to survey deeper about ways we could look at parent-teacher conference in a different manner.
And this is a pretty significant change this year, so I think that is kind of a step that direction, and I'll be interested to see how this goes.
And to Dr. Godfrey's point, I do think the virtual days that we can incorporate and the flexibility that we've allowed for the last few years would help mitigate that. I think the concerns between levels and teachers needing to attend their own kids' parent-teacher conferences and trying to jump from elementary to high school to middle school in the same week.
So if we were to ask a survey question about parent-teacher conference, I don't want to make it the Disneyland question. Do you want to go to Disneyland or not? Yes or no? What are the, if they say we don't really need spring parent-teacher conferences, what does that do? And what's the trade-off? And what does the calendar look like? Now I think we have to provide the whole story instead of just saying, do you want it, yes or no?
Of the questions that you've asked, I think that's the least complex. I think we could say, would you like to eliminate secondary parent-teacher conferences, meaning that instead of a compensation day, school would be held for secondary students on
February 13th.
February 13th.
And
So it's pretty straightforward.
teachers don't have to overwork themselves on Wednesday and Thursday and then get compensated for it on Friday. It's a normal school day Wednesday, normal school day Thursday, normal school day Friday.
Right.
Students, teachers, no normal school day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
No
A
working.
parent-teacher conference.
Right. Whereas if you're surveying about health and wellness day, so, that becomes an instructional day that day, I guess that would be simple, but those work days would not be simple because then you have all these other dominoes that fall. So you could ask a straightforward question. Would you like to eliminate secondary parent-teacher conferences, meaning school would be held on a regular schedule all week, including Friday?
Okay, is anyone interested in asking that question on the survey?
I'm interested, but I'm not sure I want to attach it to a calendar survey or not.
To clarify that, Dr. Robinson, would it be, you're not interested in attaching it to a calendar survey even as a preference as we've done in the past with preference type questions, not the calendar option itself, but preferences as to how to inform our structuring of the calendar?
So the question wouldn't change 25, 26.
Right.
It would help inform the 26, 27 calendar.
That's
I
it.
want to see Dr. Godfrey's ideas. He says he's working on some things. I would rather, let's explore it that way instead of part of a calendar. Let's explore really the need of it. If we want to survey at that point or survey teachers, survey parents or both, But let's look at that independent of a calendar.
And my preference would be eliminate it from the calendar this calendar. Take it off the calendar for next year.
So present a calendar option without it.
Regardless of,
That
we
says
don't know.
that parent-teacher conference is elementary only. And that high school students will be going to school all three of those days and no need to meet with parents. There's no expectation of teachers meeting with parents.
So fourth calendar option.
That would be my preference. I think we gotta do something bold to break the tradition. I don't think we're getting our money's worth on parent-teacher conference. And that's because I don't think we need it. I think communication between parents and teachers is adequate without it.
If you could have the 3 calendars as presented, or with any modifications that the board chose to put in place. And then you could have a separate question and say, on any one of these calendars,
Whichever one you prefer.
would you eliminate spring parent-teacher conferences for secondary students and attend on the compensation day, which is this day for each of these 3 calendars? Then you separate that question from whether they want to start in early August or later in August. And then you can, like I said, that's a simple question so that you can then implement into any of those 3 options. So someone could say, I prefer the early August start and eliminate spring parent-teacher conferences. We can put that into place on any of those 3 calendars, and someone could make those 2 choices and we're set.
And I'm okay with asking. My preference is to take it off all 3 calendars.
So when you say executive decision, the board can absolutely just say, we're not even going to put it out there. We're not going to ask. We just know that we have low participation and we're just going to eliminate it. And it's no longer an option.
To me, it's an accountability for the funds of this district. And I don't feel like we're getting our money. And if we ask, I know what they're going to say. I want a day off. No one's going to say I don't want a day off. And I think it has to be an executive decision to say, I don't think we're getting our money's worth for those days. Therefore, I would prefer to make the executive decision that we are not going to hold secondary parent-teacher conferences in the spring this next year on any calendar. That would be my preference.
Oh, well, I don't know how well attended they are. Physically in the building, you're right. I don't think that they are. But what kind of data do we have on virtual conferences that teachers are making themselves available for? Because every one of my children's teachers say, here's a block of time that I'm willing to meet with you at your convenience, and that is taking away time, and I would like to see them compensated for that.
And I have something to say too. When I have gone to in-person parent-teacher conferences at my kids' secondary schools, I see parents there, and they are frequently parents who don't speak English. And I just think that if we remove the parent-teacher conferences, that there needs to be a very intentional way that we invite parents of students into our schools to meet with their teachers and to see the classrooms where their children are learning. And I think it's fine to do it 2 times a year. I mean, anyway.
Explain that don't speak English, because that concerns me if they don't speak English and so they're not connecting with the teacher and they're waiting clear to parent-teacher conferences to be able to have
Wonder
that
if
interaction.
that's
I don't know
intimidating.
exactly what the whole situation is, but I have met parents that speak other languages besides English or Spanish, and I don't know when they arrived in our school district. I just know that they were waiting to meet with their students' teachers. And so
I would just use that as an argument not to have parent-teacher conferences, though, because that connection needs to happen on day 1, not halfway through the quarter.
I will just throw it out there, and I'm not going to assume to know, But I think that written communication can be intimidating for some parents. And we're saying, let's replace this with I can shoot them an email. Well, I don't know that a parent who might be able to speak adequately to attend an in-person conference would feel as comfortable presenting themselves written.
I did want to clarify for parent-teacher conferences, we do offer interpreters and interpreter services for every conference. We send out the schedule to principals. They can schedule interpreters to come out to their building to be there the whole time or for a block of time. We do offer those translation services and interpretation services and in multiple languages.
And I have seen that
It's
too.
my turn. I'm just being respectful. My preference is, I feel like the 3 calendars with the condensing of the parent-teacher conferences, that's quite a step right there. I think the 3 calendars with that change made, I think we ought to let it ride for 1 year, but still have a standalone question. I'm fine with that. But I feel like we need to let these 3 calendars have their day. My preference.
I agree with Marilyn.
I agree and would just add, I'd love to hear a presentation in the future on ideas for ways that we could consider innovative parent-teacher conferences at the secondary level.
I'm not ready to get rid of parent-teacher conferences yet. Just because I hate to get rid of an opportunity to bring parents into schools. I know it's slow attended and I'm open to having discussions about other ideas. But just to close off an opportunity to bring parents into schools, I hate to do without knowing what those other ideas are first. I'm okay asking the question to inform future decisions.
I've sat through parent-teacher conferences and not a person came in. And it's true, the better you communicate with parents, the less they'll show up. But so I kind of agree with Bryce, but I really do think that the decision probably shouldn't happen during a calendar discussion. It probably should happen at another time. So maybe I agree with Nikki. I just, let's make sure we study it. Does that make sense? Like, I want to study it. I've been wanting to study it ever since I got on the board.
Okay, so
Now's a great time.
Okay, so it sounds like leaving these 3 calendar options the way they are. Do you want, and then, so 2 questions. Do you want to survey the public at this time about parent-teacher conferences
Yes.
as part of this? And then the second question is a future agenda item discussion on parent-teacher conference. So,
Yes.
so question number 1, do you want to include a question at the end of this about the spring parent-teacher conference at the secondary level? If there's interest in eliminating it and just making those instructional days. Do you want to include that as a question?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And we can modify this calendar. If it comes back and we decide that that's what we want to do, we can modify the calendar after.
Okay. So include that as a question. And then have a future agenda item where we discuss some ideas surrounding parent-teacher conference in the future.
Can I just clarify, is the board okay with us asking other preference questions as we have in the past, just to help inform the calendar as we go along? Okay, so we'll include those, our usual ones, along with the parent-teacher conference in the spring for secondary schools.
And if I could ask a clarifying question on Dr. Anderson's clarifying question, should the conference question be asked to all patrons or just those who identify as being middle or high school?
Because they will. The parents will eventually be the parents of middle and
But
high
it,
school.
but it could be confused. Well,
I would say just secondary because elementary only parents wouldn't understand, the secondary problem.
That says at the secondary level.
If I only have elementary kids, I will be thinking, oh, parent-teacher conferences is great. It's really needed.
So
I would just ask secondary.
Is there interest from the board in preparation for future discussion to us also asking prior to the preference question, do you attend spring conferences?
Yes.
Yes.
If we're asking them, do you want to eliminate the parent-teacher conference off day? I guarantee what everyone's going to say. I don't think this is a preference question. For me, it's a board wise use of funds question.
And if we were to ask that question, would it be able to separate out into in-person or via virtual meeting with teachers individually?
What would that look like?
Well, what I'm thinking is my first inclination would say, no, I don't attend. But the truth of the matter is I do attend because I take teachers up on their offers to meet with them virtually during that week. And so I would want to make sure, and I think it might be useful data for us to note that just because a teacher doesn't have a line out the door doesn't mean they are not holding many conferences with parents.
I will write the best question I can and work with Dr. Anderson on collecting appropriate data for the board.
And I have a question for Mr. Larson. Off the top of your head,
We're out of this discussion.
do you have any estimate how much it would save the school district to eliminate a spring parent-teacher conference at the secondary level? Or is this a bad question?
Nothing.
It
None,
wouldn't save
'cause
us
it would be
any
an
money.
instructional day.
Yeah, it's
It's not, okay, but it's not a good, I mean, so
It's not a cost
Bryce's
savings.
argument is that the money is not being spent in the most efficacious way.
Because
We're
it's-
paying for people's time. So
Yeah, okay,
we're paying for people's time. Is that the best way for them to use their time?
that's now, thank you.
It would save PTA on providing a meal.
But then they do make some of that
They
back
make
at the book fair.
That's true.
Well, the book fair is
I think the
always,
instruction time is more valuable.
That's the question.
Right now, I think instruction time is far more valuable than parent-teacher time.
great point.
So secondary students would have 182 instructional days?
Secondary students would have 179 instructional days. The state requires 180. We get 2 compensatory days, which puts us at 178. So secondary students would go to 179. Minus the days that become, if you,
Although-
But if
Give a
they
mouse a
were
cookie,
having
Miss George.
instructional days,
Although we trade out days also.
or professional
for
development and
professional
isn't what Mr. Dunford just said that he would rather see it as an instructional day?
I believe his concern is that the time would be better used as an instructional day than as 2 nights of parent conferences.
So then they would be going to school more, not less.
Right.
One day more.
Because right now the comp day counts as an instructional day because we're paying teachers to be available at night instead of during the day.
The state counts it as an instructional day already.
They would gain a classroom day that they do not currently have.
And how would that affect our always present in calendar committee driver's ed? It wouldn't
Doing it
matter.
for secondary.
It would just be.
It would just
be
make
one
your
more day.
semesters different, right?
It would be
be
one more day of instruction
quarter.
during that particular
A lot of
quarter.
them need.
So you would have a semester-long class that is one day longer one semester than the other.
Which happens all the time.
One quarter than the other.
If you look at the calendar right now, we have quarters that are 47, 46, 45. I mean, the quarters are within the ballpark of the same number of days, but
The quarters are balanced so you get the right number of instructional days for driver education. This would just mean that even though they vary by 1 or 2, there'd be 1 more in that third quarter. So as long as you're not reducing days, then it doesn't negatively impact the driver education requirements.
Okay, so we are going out to survey on these 3 options, and we are asking questions as we have in the past at the end, but we are adding to those questions some parent-teacher conference questions.
specifically around spring conferences for secondary.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You might want to ask fall and spring and then compare the differences.
Well, that's different from what we're doing. So if we want to
Yeah,
do that,
would the
then
rest of the board
would
be
need to-
interested in adding a fall question?
No.
No.
I
Okay.
just thought that
Leave
maybe it
that
can
then.
compare it better. But I could be wrong. I was wrong once before. But it wasn't on the eclipse, that's for sure.
All comes back to that.
Good night, everybody.
Now,
Okay.
now this is for the 25-26 school year, so there would be time, based on that survey, to make an adjustment if you chose to do so. But it would allow the calendar to move forward, and we're still 2 years away from the impact of that.
Thank you to the calendar committee. We appreciate the time that you've put into this,
The time you've
Your-
spent
your-
here.
your
just
willingness
this very night.
to be a part of this.
I didn't,
For now,
This might have been longer than your meeting, I don't know.
for now.
to interrupt
4 minutes.
this, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brian.
I didn't want to interrupt the stimulating conversation and derail us from that topic on calendaring, but I did have a question on the 180 days. That's a state mandate, right, or state
Right.
law?
Right.
Is it possible for the school district to teach what needs to be taught in less than 180 days? It is possible.
Colorado's 160, and I would, if you compared smartness of people from Colorado to Utah, I don't think you'd see a difference.
What?
And remember,
Classes are done in
and remember, the Jordan School District used to have 170, Brian.
Rocky Mountain High.
So when we had year round, the year round was 170. And what they did is they tacked on. So during COVID, it used to say 180 days and 990 hours. What they should have done is said 180 days or 990 hours and let a board make some creative decisions like that. I think it should be a legislative priority or a state. From what I'm hearing, it's a state school board that determines that. But the number is one of the highest in the United States, and it was set like in the 1950s and 60s and hasn't been looked at since.
So we could have the Memorial Day, Labor Day calendar if we had 170 or 160 something days.
Yep.
Either one we could.
Run for the
There's
Senate.
probably, depends on the calendar. But yeah.
It would open up some options.
But
if
that's
a
a
local,
legislative thing,
That's
not
not-
It
a.
is a
I-
school
Not our
board
ball.
thing.
I've heard it's a state school board, but because thought it was legislation, but the states tell me that was their decision.
It is in R277-419. It's a school board decision under the part of the state code that gives the school board the authority to make administrative rules, and they set 180 days as the minimum number.
So the state school board sets that.
That's correct.
So
I've asked
Would
them.
appear
No,
they're
run
okay
with
with
it.
that.
I've asked them.
I have one more question, President. Can I just hear from each one of you which calendar you would prefer and very briefly
Oh,
why?
that's putting them on the spot.
So much for that. You don't have to speak.
You can play the fifth if you need to.
No, I'll answer.
You know them better than anyone else. I'd like to know which one would you prefer and why?
I prefer the middle August one.
Okay.
It's one that's worked for the longest. It's the most cut and dry, easy. We have our long breaks, which I, as a mom, really appreciate. We're not going too early in August. You can take a little, week or two more vacation time. That's my preference.
I tend to agree only because I work in a kitchen and it's hot. Really hot. August is hot. So I want to come back a little later in August, and I don't mind the first week in June because it's temperature-wise in my kitchen, not even comparison. So that's where I go to.
Speaking about that, I sat next to the school bus driver guy, and he said those buses are really, really hot in August. So starting earlier in August is harder on the kids for that reason than it is starting later. I personally don't care. I'm a crazy parent that prefers slightly shorter breaks. I'd rather have a long 4 or 5 day weekend than have a full week off. It makes it a little bit easier for working parents because it's fewer days they have to take off as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caleb, we didn't hear from you.
I'm a non-voting member of the calendar committee, so
He just makes it colorful and pretty.
I will agree with what the committee members have
I
suggested.
knew you would.
Calendar
I
option.
knew you would.
See,
But I would point out again that if you give the mouse the cookie of starting in August, then the buses are hot and the kitchens are hot, and there are all of these calendars
chips
are workable,
melt.
but there are trade-offs.
Well, just representing all employees in the district as we try to do on JESPA, you can't please everybody. You guys know that better than just about anybody. You cannot please everyone. So we try to do the best we can for the biggest majority of our staffs, of all. Because I listen to the teachers and they have different priorities than the ASPs do. We like the breaks too, but we get them for different reasons, and I end up working contact days that aren't kids in the building, and I go, that's great, I get to clean and I get to, bake all the cookies and do the things that I can do on a day where I don't have to feed 900 children, but, I have different priorities, but I try to look at it from my representation on the calendaring committee to the biggest majority of the employees that we can represent. So that's how we try to address it.
Can you tell me what day is cookie baking day again?
Hi, it is every day. I start at 4:30 in the morning and I bake cookies almost every single day. If it isn't cookies, it's muffins, so
We're coming
one or
over.
the other.
I just got goosebumps.
I do want to note also, the calendar that we create is also based upon the actual calendar itself. Like for us, we couldn't shorten Christmas or winter break because of where the days fell during the week. It made no sense to go one day and come back early a day. And so a lot depends on where those natural breaks in the calendar are as well.
And then you get leap year and it throws everything off. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you for coming and for all of your work on the calendar committee. Our next agenda item is an update on mental health resources that are available within our district to our parents, staff, and schools. And we have several members of our wellness team here. Thank you, welcome, and we'll turn the time to Dr. Anderson and then Mr. Hamblin.
Thank you. You well know the challenges that our students face are unprecedented and uniquely complex and impact mental health as they never have before. And so we're here tonight to share with you some of the resources we have, and the four-member team you have in front of you here play a vital role in connecting students to important resources. They themselves have played this role in buildings over the years, and now they help support those that are in our buildings, and I just cannot express enough gratitude for each one of them and the roles they play. Mr. Hamblin will introduce them at some point, and we're open to questions at any point along the way. Please interject or clarify anything that you need. And we're just here to talk about, in my opinion, one of the most important things we have today.
Thank you. It's my absolute pleasure to be here with my team. Any opportunity I get to talk about them and what they do, it always I get a little bit emotional because of the things that we're able to provide for students. The need for mental health services and supports has never been higher, and it continues to grow, that need in our district day by day. That being said, Jordan is a leader in health supports and programs, not only in the state, but nationwide. We have many different organizations that reach out to us, that recognize us, that know us for the efforts that we have made. And as Mr. Anderson said, thanks to the support that you have provided and for the staff that you have provided in our schools. I want to let you know that the only reason that we have that recognition really is honestly because of these three awesome people right here. They're the ones that make the magic happen with all of our mental health professionals. They are committed. They are the heart. They are the soul. They are the well-being. They live, eat, and breathe well-being of students every moment of their lives. Whether it's a weekend, whether it's in Mexico, or whether it's on a cruise, or whether it's out in the hills, they're always thinking about and responding to the needs of staff and students that arise. and officially, and I just want to say I am absolutely lucky. I'm very blessed to be able to work with such awesome people in student services. I want to break down what we offer in two categories: people and programs, so that it can hopefully be more digestible and understandable about all the things, because most of these things all interconnect, and most of these things all have multiple ways in which they connect with the services that we provide, not only in student services, but also throughout our district. So in student services, it consists of health and wellness, which is Dr. Withers, McKinley Withers here on the end, guidance services, which is Dr. Fulvia Franco, and our counseling services, which is Stacy Worthen. And they do an amazing job. Our school counselors, the bulk of our counselors are clinical support specialists, with another way of saying that or thinking of it as social workers, but that's oversimplifying their qualifications and what they do, and our school psychologists. The bulk of their time, the bulk of their efforts are focused on providing direct services to students. That's their main focus of everything that they do. School counselors, just a little bit about them. Each secondary school has a team, and that team is based off of the FTE that they generate at the school. We have 47 in middle schools. We have 44 in high schools. In our elementary, each school has one full-time position there, and that's funded by the board, by the district. Our clinical support specialists, we have one in each of our secondary schools. 6 are funded by FTE or by the board. 12 are funded by a grant, the school-based mental health grant, HB 373 established that several years ago. 2 schools pay for an additional position so they can have 2 clinical support specialists in their building. And then they use TSSA or land trust to pay for those positions, or other funds that they may have. Our school psychologists, we have 1 full-time position in each of our schools. And just that brief introduction of the number of people that we have separates us from every district in this state. It separates us from every state in the nation.
And you touched on it, but I just want to emphasize the fact for anybody listening or just wondering, it's because you as a board made an unprecedented investment in school mental health by adding those positions that he just described. So this is, in by and large, exactly what you invested in.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really outstanding. Our counselors, our clinical support specialists, and our psychologists provide the following supports or things to our students, and this is not exhaustive. We would be here for a very long time if I were to enumerate all the things that they each do. These are kind of big categories. They provide tiered supports and interventions to our students. They're individual and small and large group counseling, and lessons are provided as well. They give brief response interventions for the school counselors do. We have school-based needs assessments. They do whole school lessons and instruction. Graduation tracking is in there, as well as skill attainment training and support, from everything from hygiene to conflict resolution to grief and loss, and everything in between, all of those things. They provide suicide prevention and other intervention efforts. They work with 504s, IEPs, and those are just to name a few of the big things that they do. Indirectly, other people that are involved in mental health in our district, indirectly meaning not under my direct supervision, but directly with students, are administrators, teachers, and our ESP staff, who all care for and watch out for students and are mindful of them. We kind of, in student services, we firmly believe that each of us are responsible for the mental health of each other. So a lot of our training is garnered on that, of being trauma-informed and being responsive to the people around us and being mindful of what's happening to others around us. This approach encompasses many training aspects that we do that include trauma-informed training and restorative practices. At the foundation of our belief is that relationships don't support the learning. Relationships are the learning. And so that is the foundation of what we do. Many of the programs that we use and that are there to assist students, to assist patrons, and to assist our staff focus around prevention and intervention. So when we talk about prevention, we're talking about suicide, we're talking about bullying, harassment, violence, and social emotional wellness, so the wellness of individuals. In prevention, each school has a plan that is spearheaded, kind of facilitated by student services, and each plan of each school is updated annually. And each of those plans includes what the school has in place for prevention and how they will respond to prevention. And remember, prevention, and just by way of reminder, prevention is suicide, bullying, harassment, violence, and social emotional wellness. We also have an early warning system. House Bill 84 established that even stronger this year. The early warning system that we use is Panorama. This uses Skyward data to help school personnel to identify early on students' needs so that we can intervene quicker and more nimbly to student needs that are out there, both academically, behaviorally, for attendance, and for well-being. We have early detection software. The early detection software that we use, the name is BARC. That is funded by the district, and it is a program that monitors the students' Google accounts that we issue, that they use, and it looks for indications of any kind of talk or language about suicide, bullying, harassment, violence, and other things. And this program has literally saved students' lives. And when I say that, I don't say that lightly. It literally has saved students' lives. We also use Safe UT, which is funded by the state. It's accessible to all in the state. It's there and available. It is monitored by school administrators, by school mental health professionals, by district staff as well. And this too has literally saved lives of our students and adults. We're getting more and more adult notifications on Safe UT as well. We employ another program, the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment, as our threat assessment protocol that we use as we look at different events that happen in our schools. So it is paid by the district. Each administrator has been trained in this threat assessment model. The school safety specialists and mental health professionals can be all trained. Anybody can be trained in it. And we have trained a significant amount of the district, but every administrator is trained in that each year. The CSTAG, this comprehensive threat assessment, helps us understand the level or the severity of events that are happening around us, whether it's violence or harassment or bullying. You can look at it and use an evidence-based program to say, is this transient, a low level? Is it substantive? Okay, we need to do something, or very serious, like this is a really serious thing. So that it gives us that deeper understanding and allows us to use that evidence-based tool to respond effectively and appropriately. We have the Jordan Family Education Center. This provides individual and family support for all of our patrons. It's free for them. It offers counseling, classes, intake assessments. We also conduct school violence risk assessments where we partner with a forensic child psychologist to provide those. And we are unique. No one else does that as far as the school violence risk assessments. So again, that's another way that Jordan District is standing out from amongst all the other districts. We have multiple parent education seminars, evenings, and events. These are offered not only by schools, but also by district staff here in Student Services, and other departments offer those as well. We do mental health screening events. We do those several times through the year. Those are by volunteer. Parents sign up for it if they want to do that. That is mainly hosted by our clinical support specialists. We also provide crisis response anytime that there's a crisis in our schools, whether that's a student death or a staff member that's going through a depressing kind of time or is having suicidal ideation or anything like that, we respond to both adults and to students. And the district response team, these are the leaders of the district response team who they and their staffs go out and assist our school staffs, the mental health professionals in our schools, to manage the situation that's going on at their school. And that's a great resource because so many times they're so close to the students or to the staff members that that's happening too, that having this extra resource come in really helps them to manage that and helps us to help them even more. We have another amazing program. It's called the Mental Health Access Program. We call it MAP for short, MHAP. It's funded by the HB 373 money, or school-based mental health money. But it's a program that where we have partnered with most of our mental health providers in Jordan district boundaries to connect students with community resources. If there are things that students need beyond our ability, then we connect them with those resources outside of the school. We also have teen centers and wellness rooms that we are employing. The teen centers are grant-based. The wellness rooms are grant and school funded through various funds and grants. All of these are to help our students to get the things that they need, whether it's food, whether it's clean clothes, whether it's a shower, whether it's just a space to chill out for a minute, to recalibrate your day or whatever the case may be. We're seeing great success with those. We do trainings throughout the year. Lots of trainings are offered. Each of these people offer trainings to their staff on an ongoing basis. We also offer general trainings and information, things on the things that I've talked about, whether it's the threat assessment, whether it's the early warning system or restorative practices or trauma-informed care. Any of those things, we have ongoing training. And again, this is an exhaustive list. Like, I'd be here a very long time, and so I appreciate you listening to me up to this point. Just a few more of the big ones. Employee wellness. McKinley, primarily and his team through the Health and Wellness Department, spearhead that. It is an absolutely amazing thing to witness and to experience. It is an ongoing a wellness thing that is, in our estimation, worth its weight in gold. It is so cool. One of the things that I love the most about the Wellness Day is how you can really see the community rally behind what we do as educators. To me, that's been one of the most inspirational things about Wellness Day. In addition to, being able to do the health fair or get any of the activities that they have, it is a great day. We also have ongoing employee wellness events and activities as well. One such as yoga. So we do like a low impact yoga class, and McKinley has been not threatened, but kind of not to ever get rid of it because they love it so much. So it's been a cool thing that employees take some time and do that. We also have increased our supports for our youth in care, for our gang and our homeless and populations. Also, we are systematically addressing truancy supports, attendance supports that all of our students need. And all of those that I just mentioned, the gang, the YC, and homeless are all grant funded. Is how we pay for that. One of the biggest things that we've implemented this year that I think is going to really impact the mental health sustainability of our students and staff is this year we are doing we call it the MTSS PBIS BEST training. That's a lot of acronyms, and what it means is this: a multi-tiered system of support that focuses on positive behavior interventions and supports. It's a lot of words. It's basically saying, look, we're going to provide the right things to the right kids at the right time. And we're going to focus on adult behavior to ensure that happens. And we have 11 schools that are going through this cohort right now. It's super exciting. They're already seeing some changes and things that are addressing the behavior in schools in a systematic, supportive manner. Super excited for that. That is a very quick and very, I know I just tossed it out on the middle of the floor here for you, and there's so much more to discuss, and we could talk about each one of these for a long time. I won't do that, but I do want to make sure that they're here to answer any of the questions that you have, whether it's Stacy with counseling or Fulvia with psychologists or McKinley with health and wellness and clinical support staff, or any of those related things, or anything you want to talk about mental health. So we're happy to take any of your questions.
Mind?
Absolutely.
You. Sorry, Marilyn. I have a few questions.
I'm kidding.
And I'm going to add a few more just because you don't want any more.
You should get a chance.
Yeah, you can go first if you want. It sounds like from the description that you gave that the Jordan School District is a leader in this area, that we're doing more in this area than compared to other districts statewide and maybe nationally, like you mentioned. My impression, I wasn't on the board when some of these changes were made, but my impression was there was a need in the district. There was a dire need in the district for some of these resources. And the board decided that we would use funds, we would use district funds, and we would meet the need. In other words, we weren't going to wait for the state to tell us that we needed to do something, or for the state board to say, hey, it looks like you guys have a need here, you should do something about it. We took the initiative, we saw a need, we took the money, and we filled that need. Is that an accurate, maybe high level?
Some of that was grant money though, right?
We do use some grant money, as I indicated, but all of the positions in the elementary for our counselors and the 6 support staff in our secondary are funded by the increase that you voted in a couple years ago.
Okay.
And then every psychologist is funded by the district.
The reason I wanted to bring that up is because I want to be an active board. And we've talked about this principle in the past as opposed to a reactive board or waiting for the state or someone else to tell us what needs to be done. That's a good precedent that I think we set. We see a need, we act on it. We don't have to wait for anyone else to tell us what to do. We have that authority. So that was the purpose for mentioning that. The other thing that I'm wondering about, since we're the leader, since we're unique, I'm guessing that we are spending more district money to support these efforts than other districts spend. Is that a fair assessment? Our district is spending more.
I don't know the dollars and cents, but I can tell you we offer a lot more than any I'm aware of.
I feel confident saying yes. More per student.
More per student, yeah. My issue or my question revolves around this idea of the funding. We're providing a service or a variety of services that we've just touched on that we have to make a connection to education since we're in the business of educating. And I think we can. I think we can easily make a connection between the services offered here and the education of our students. and the well-being of our students and the well-being of our teachers. But I have an issue taking that money. Let me be careful how I say this. I have an issue with providing services in our district that are needed in the district, that are needed in the state, in our communities, and the state not stepping up more than they are and providing funding for them. You know, we've said, okay, we don't need you in order to make this decision, but making that decision has an adverse effect in other ways. The money that we're using for all these services could be used somewhere else. We talk about how, you know, our teachers are maybe lower paid than we'd like. This money that we're spending here above and beyond the call could be used to bring those salaries up. Have we talked to the state about it? Are they aware that we're spending more? Are they aware that we're doing these types of things with the money that they're giving us and they're okay with it? I would just like to see all of these services more fully funded by the state so that we can do the same thing that other districts are doing with that extra money. Is there any conversation ever about those topics? Or are we said we're going to do it and now we're stuck kind of in spending that money every year?
We never made the spending of that money conditional on the state ever stepping in. That was a commitment this board made, saying we're willing to make this investment. We never I for one never anticipated that eventually the state would come in and take over these expenditures. I made a commitment to make these expenditures.
But I would say we frequently ask the state, provide us with money and let us use it in the way that our district needs. And I think that's what we did here. We said, here's a need, let's allocate money towards that need.
Can I just offer one brief insight on this? And it's related to funding, but I think it might clarify something just from an everyday teacher perspective. Although we might consider salary as one of our best investments for teacher well-being, I'm not saying that that's ever not a good investment, but in the research on teacher well-being, an investment in support personnel in their building that support with their behavior, classroom management, the concerns of their students. These teachers care about their kids' mental health. And when you see a kid who you know has been suicidal and they come back to your classroom every single day, they're there. Just knowing that you have support with that is worth an investment. And often we don't make that connection to a teacher's experience of workplace well-being, but often their greatest stressor would tie back to this particular investment, especially in our post-COVID schools.
I think I would also add that the board several years ago set some goals and said, these are the things we want to fix. These are the things we want to address. How do we do that? And additional counselors, additional support in various ways came from the increase in taxes that was put in place by the board, that was voted on by the board to fund the additional supports. And part of that concept was to provide help around teachers so that they could focus more on teaching. So we had counselors in elementary schools and more counselors in middle and high schools and more support from psychologists, then we would be able to create the space for teachers to be more effective as teachers because they're feeling the support that was mentioned. So I think it's a fair question to say, what more could the state be doing? The decision to spend the money on these services came from setting goals as a board and then deciding to allocate funds to support the resources that we thought would meet those goals. So asking ourselves, okay, now should we be asking the state for more money in this particular category? Goes back to Ms. George's question of, do we ask for that flexible money or do we ask it for a specific purpose?
And if I may add to that, I think a lot of the resources and the supports that this board has made over the last several years in terms of improving the safe entrances at schools, some of the things we're seeing with our counselors, with our school resource officers, with our district safety specialist, we've seen now codified in the form of HB 84 many of the requirements that are going to have to be implemented statewide. We have been pioneering for several years now, and it's going to be up to, unfortunately, I'm not sure the funding quite catches up to where it needs to be to do all of those things. But we're seeing that we raised the bar a little bit, and now we're seeing state law catching up to the level that we've been doing for a while now. So that may play into what you're saying as well.
The problem is when the state funds it, the state also controls it.
It's not retroactive.
I am grateful we're doing this. It saved my kid's life.
Mine too.
So let me ask Bryce's questions, okay? Because I think I know Bryce well enough. Is number one, is it working? And number two, what are we not providing that we should be? Is those your two questions, Bryce?
Yep.
There's maybe a third, but I know Bryce will always ask those. So it's working in my family, but is it working overall? Are we seeing results? How do you tell what the results are? And then what next? I do believe we are early innovator on this, but I think we were late to the game, if that makes sense. There was a crisis that we were forced to face that was happening all around the country and maybe the world. We just got faced with it quicker, which I'm grateful for, actually.
And who knows how many crises we've avoided.
Yeah.
That's the difficult part. It's hard to measure how many lives have been saved or positively impacted by having supports at the school. Those numbers are hard to come by. Yes, you can look at statistics of things that have happened, but the countless students whose lives we impact, all of us, all of our staff, those things they're harder to put a number to. But yes, we've seen an increase in the number. Dr. Anderson just asked me for some data, some significant increase just in the number of contacts with students and providing counseling since 2017. It's really significant. So I would say yes, we have seen a lot of gains, a lot of support. Our job is to help children be regulated, emotionally regulated, so they can learn. When children are upset or have a lot of concerns that are mental health related, it's hard to learn. You don't leave those things at the classroom door. You don't walk in and say, I'm not going to think about it. And our job is to help regulate and help them, teach them some coping skills so that they can learn. That's what we're about.
I would add to that, I think as a district, it is so nice to work somewhere where there's a common shared concern for the thing that you care about the most. And I really admire that, the investments that have been made over the years since I was hired in this role. Over time, I kind of think of prevention as like a continuum. So you can imagine like the sharp end of prevention, which is an actively suicidal student would be represented by the sharp end or an incident of severe conflict. That's our sharp end. And then it gets dull all the way over here. And what we often address first, which I think is the right thing to do, is this sharp end. And I think over the years, we've been slowly working backwards into the dull end, which is where we get the most gains. But again, it is one of the most difficult things to measure, and it's almost ungratifying because it requires us to intentionally make efforts that require funding. They require people's energy expenditure, and it's so upstream that sometimes we're like, is this even worth it? That was a discussion during the calendaring thing. We're always asking that question, is this worth it? Because we're upstream, we're preventing. So as to the question of, where are we headed, or where is there room for growth? There's this broad spectrum again. When we're talking about mental health, this is a community-wide issue that is reflected in our schools. It will never be up to schools to fix this problem on their own. And then if we look further into this question of mental health and think about the question, what could we be the best at as educators, as professionals who work in schools? And this dull end is where I think we could completely change and impact our communities. Because if there's one thing in all of mental health that our schools could be best at, it is teaching and building skills. And that is, the science shows over and over, that when it comes to prevention, opportunities to learn life skills in our school setting, how to manage relationships, how to understand myself, how those basic foundational skills, that's the dull end that I think we can leverage our teachers, our ESPs, our administrators in proactively and intentionally building skills as a system that supports students before they even get to that sharp end. And that's one area where it happens when we make time and space for it. And I think it is a challenge to make time and space for that kind of instruction and education because of all the competing priorities, the standards that we have to meet. And just judging by what we see as the needs of our students, my opinion is that any investment on that dull end of teaching and building skills regularly throughout a child's school experiences, K-12, will pay off in 20 years, over the next year, and in their life the day they learn and practice those skills. Because we have a lot that we can't predict in the future of education. But we know these kids are going to have problems to solve, relationships to manage, and lives to figure out. And we give them a gift when we take time intentionally and proactively to build those skills in our schools.
And I'm going to just humanize this for you a little bit, okay? So we intentionally put in one school counselor in every elementary school. That was our goal, to be proactive. We have an amazing elementary school counselor, Miss Natalie. Shout out to Miss Natalie. Her goal was to get into every single elementary classroom in her school. That is extremely difficult to do as far as time, energy, effort, right? But she went into every single elementary school classroom at her school, and she taught a very simple coping skill, deep breathing. Deep breathing, it's emotional regulating, and it helps in dealing with relationships, academics, is with testing, with nerves, like all sorts of beautiful different things that deep breathing helps us deal with, right? So she went in, she taught Miss Natalie's deep breathing skill. And now as you walk through her elementary school, you hear these tiny, cute, adorable little people. Hey, we have to go, we have this choir performance. Okay, everybody, we're nervous. Okay, let's do Miss Natalie's deep breathing. That is a skill that's going to last them throughout their life, right? If they're in a fight with their friend, deep breathing. If they're nervous to take a test, deep breathing. So can we give you like hard data? Like, is this working? I'm working on it, Bryce. I really am. But I can tell you as you walk into these schools, it's working. And you see it every day.
Are you finished with your few?
No, but go ahead.
Oh, are you sure? Because I have
still thinking.
I have a few questions. No, I'm just kidding. I do have one, and I don't want to put you on the spot. Mostly for McKinley and Fulvia and Stacy, you're off the hook, unless you want to answer. I'm just going to do a what if. If funding was not an issue, and if recruiting quality people was not an issue, what would be your wish for your part of the program?
I think I was saying it without saying it just a minute ago. My opinion is money is not our greatest resource. When it comes to building essential social skills, emotional skills, life skills, just skills to navigate life, time is our greatest challenge, because I think most of our teachers want to build and reinforce those lifelong skills, which the other skills we're teaching are also lifelong skills. So I'm not saying it's not also a priority, but as it stands, it depends on which school you go to, which teacher you have, who's hired at your school, whether or not that skill development is a priority. And I would say it is, but also the more the expectations for the other parts of their job are already seen as this is required. This part, this proactive skill development, that's optional. And in my mind, if I could have one wish, it would be space in every kid's day, every day, and every person's, because we're always doing and, like always so productive. And all of us, if we had just a little space to learn and practice life skills every single day in a variety of contexts, get a little exercise and movement, practice a little bit of, emotion regulation and deep breathing, that would be a gift, time and space for the adults and the kids.
I agree with that. One of the goals that I would like to see happen someday, the National Association of School Psychologists recommends a ratio of 1 to 500, one school psychologist for every 500 students. When the board allocated funds to have a school psychologist for every K-12 school, John Larson called me. He said, "What's your next goal, Fulvia?" I said, "I'd like to reach that, the ratio." That's always been a goal. In order to do the things that McKinley's talking about, honestly, we're pedaling as fast as we can. We're doing what we can. We do have a lot of children that have a lot of needs, a lot of students that have needs, and wanting to be there for all of them. It takes time, like he said, and resources. So that's one of the things I'd like to see.
What's your ratio?
Right now, well, in the high school, Bingham High has one full-time school psychologist. They do have counselors and clinical support staff, But as far as the school psychologists, they have one, Copper Hills High, and Riverton has 1.5, Copper Hills has 2. Special education gave us 2 full-time psych positions for the high schools that we're using that way. We added a half to Mountain Ridge. So, you know, some of those schools have 2,600 and they have like with 2 school psychologists, so it's 1 to 1,300 in the schools that do. Bingham High, I'm not sure what their enrollment is, but it would be 1 to, yeah.
All right. I agree with everything that they're saying. I would like for teachers to understand, so I would like training for teachers so that they have the ability to understand that students are going to be much more academically successful when they feel safe and with a safe adult. And it's okay to take some time away, 5 minutes from academic instruction, so that they can emotionally regulate and then get down to business in their classroom. Test scores will improve. Their behaviors will improve. There's just so many things. So I would like training for all teachers so that they can be trauma informed, understand MTSS and PBIS, as Travis was talking to. I would also...
Can I pause there?
Sure.
And ask a question about that. Didn't we have a funding for that? Was that just a 1 year? Because I thought we had funded a teacher professional day just for mental health. Was that just a 1 year deal? Or maybe it's something I was thinking and it never happened.
That was the topic one of the years for the Teacher Professional Development Day.
Okay, thank you.
So continued. And I also want the exact same model in the elementary schools as we have in the secondaries for school counselors. I think that if we can have a 1 to 350 ratio in the elementaries, we're going to be a lot more proactive and preventative. So
I'm going to take this opportunity that Marilyn has provided me to thank you. I appreciate the question because, you know, as the person who gets to work with these guys, and I kind of think about things more holistically and programmatically, more general and broad, really what they're talking about is having someone that can provide the support and training at the district level to support a system-wide implementation of a multi-tiered system of support. Along with that person, some support staff that can go in and provide not only MTSS support at the school, but also behavior support for our regular education students. We have behavior specialists that work only with our special ed students. We need some that work with our regular ed students that would combine all of the things that they're talking about, because as we try to bring down that ratio, we save lives. Our people in our buildings, like there's no way to quantify it other than when it happens and you know that your efforts have saved someone's life, or you've empowered a parent to be proactive in the needs of their student that they didn't even know about. We've reached out to parents, they weren't even aware that their student was having suicidal ideation and being able to get help. We've reached out to parents that we said, hey, you need to go right now and talk to your student. And are they home? Yes. They went in and they were in the act of ending their lives, and they were able to be saved. So these things that we can't necessarily always quantify and say, yes, it's working. It is working. We're seeing it with behavior. We're seeing it with our staff members. You know, one of the big things we look at is Health and Wellness Day. That's one of the big, like, shining bright moments. And that's important and that's great. But we also see the benefit each day as they reach out to our professionals in the buildings and say, hey, can you help me? Because they don't just provide services for our students, they provide it for our staff on a daily basis as well. They really are first line defense of our staff that are having issues in their personal lives as well. And I have benefited from that. I get to have 3 awesome people that when I have stuff going on, I just talk to them. It's great. It's amazing. But our staff does that in the schools as well. So while we are doing amazing things, and again, thank you so much for your support, we're never content to be done. We're always on a journey. We're always building to the next thing that we can do to support our students, our staff, and patrons, because we offer things for them as well.
So that's my question. Can I go next? Were you done? Yes. I want to, can you give me 2 grades as best you can? We've talked many times over the years that we've got all these resources in place, but the eyes and the ears are the teachers in the classroom who recognize when a student is struggling and knows the resources available to them and connects those dots. Can you give our teachers a grade? Give me a grade on how is their ability at recognizing the problem in their students, recognizing who needs help, and then give me a grade on how well does our staff, do our teachers know what resources are available in the school that they can draw upon. Can you give me those 2 grades? How well are they schooled at recognizing a student who needs a problem, blowing the whistle, and then how well do they know the resources available that we've provided so that they can draw upon and connect those dots? I'm guessing we're not A's in both categories.
Well,
so where are we?
I have a hard time with grades in this situation, only because I think the system itself kind of is what we're evaluating. So not the individuals.
Not the individual. I'm not asking.
Then I feel
for
a little better because
Yep.
I'm like, man, they're doing the best they can with
Yep.
what they've got.
Yep. And this is not a critique of them. It's a critique of how well have we empowered them and skilled them to say, I've got a student who's having a problem, and I know what the resources are, and I'm going to connect those two. That's what I'm asking. As a system, give me those 2 grades.
Okay, as a system, I'm going to kind of answer that. But again, we're talking about the sharp end in this question, which when it comes to the sharp end, I think as a system, we're actually pretty good. People know whether or not, like, they notice something is off and where to
Blowing
turn
the
for
whistle.
they would blow the whistle. But as Stacy was highlighting, I think as a system, whether or not there is a shared common belief that time spent here on the skill building portion is a good use of time, I think that's a mixed bag. I think as a system, it's not quite to the point where even sometimes counselors who pull kids who are concerned, it's like, but what about their instructional time? And when a kid is dysregulated, they aren't learning. And I think as a system, there's still room for growth as far as shared understanding that an investment in life skills from all professionals in the school setting is, so maybe, I don't know if I feel good about a grade. I'd need a grade transmittal day for that. A half day to think about it.
I say give it to him.
And I was going to say, in terms of us having teachers know what the resources are, we make sure that those that are dealing with some of the mental health pieces, the school psychologists, school counselors, clinical support staff, they're all aware because some of those things change, like MAP. It's a fairly new program. Some of these things change. With the Jordan Family Education Center, it's been around for 44 years. I still find teachers that haven't heard of it, and we send out flyers to all the elementary schools. We let them know we're there, but they may or may not have heard about it. So, but they know to go to their school psychologist, their counselor, if there's a clinical support person, they know who to turn to, and they know we're going to know what the resources are. So in that particular regard, I think we're doing well. One of the things to remember is when children have anxiety and depression, they tend to internalize those feelings. So to a teacher, that little girl sitting there, she looks fine, or that boy, they're not causing trouble. They're fine. They don't know what's going on inside. It's hard to see. Those are the kinds of things They're very good. I'd give them an A at spotting things in journals, things that kids write. I'd say teachers, I'd give them an A because we get a lot of referrals from looking at things they've written or things they've drawn, or if they overhear a conversation, we get lots of referrals. I'd give them an A. But to just look at a child and be able to tell, those things kids keep close to the vest. Externalizers, kids that act out, give them an A. Those are easy to spot. But unfortunately for the children that have those other feelings, because they keep them close, you know, we have to look for other ways to try to recognize that they're hurting.
To add anything more, they've spoke beautifully.
Thank you.
You have more questions?
I have
everybody else.
I have a short
remarks.
I have a question. So, what would a parent do if they wanted to find out more about the resources available to them, if they're worried about their student?
Go to your school team,
Yeah.
school mental health team.
We also have a lot of the information on the Student Services website under Health and Wellness, Counseling, and Guidance.
So just like call the school counselor at their child's school.
And or the administrator,
Or the
they know as well.
administrator.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
You've done a good job on the
Thank you.
website. Thank you.
So I'm just going to make a comment. I don't know so much if it's a question, but my favorite phrase tonight, and there were so many really good things,
Really
so
good
this
things.
is saying something. But I really liked when Mr. Hamblin said, we called a parent, we let a parent know, we told a parent. This is a partnership. Mental health is a partnership. And it is such a high priority to me that not only are we leaders at providing resources inside of our school buildings, but we are leaders at communicating with parents. We are leaders at every single time we fill a parent in on this process, because that's really where I think children are mended inside of their homes. And I'm so thankful for the efforts that have been made, and I hope that we're just continuing forward in that.
Sometimes I think I don't explain myself very well. So I don't know how my comments were received, but I'm a believer in the resources that we provide and the investment that was made. You know, about a year ago, I was talking with a teacher friend in another district, and she said she basically said, you know, I would much rather have a counselor hired in my school than get a raise this year. I mean, and that, you know, that helped me understand the need for these services. I think she said, I just want to be able to teach. That's my passion. And I think she had some behavioral issues in her class, but I think the primary purpose, our main focus, should be the education of children, of students. That's everything that we do should kind of be focused there. And I think in a very close second are the services that we provide to make that happen effectively. And so I want to be clear that that's where I stand on it, that I'm not overly concerned about the funding, and I'm questioning whether we're spending things in the right areas. It is a concern. But, you know, as I was sitting here listening, I was wondering if those are kind of our two main things: making sure our students learn and making sure there's an environment where they can learn well and that they feel, both the students and the teachers. One thing that's concerning to me is that when we feel like we need a bigger investment, the only option is to raise taxes or to not give teachers as big of a raise? Those are the kind of questions that I'm wondering about, and I'm hoping that if and when this topic comes up again as far as meeting these ratios and extra time, and when an additional investment is needed, that we consider education is the first priority, these types of services are the second, and that we don't just think the only way we can do that is to raise taxes or to pull salary from teachers or others. You know, I was wondering, and I know this is crazy and it would never happen, but I was wondering if we needed more funding for these higher priority things, what if we said, you know, we're gonna have parents drive their kids to school instead of bus them, or, you know, we're gonna have parents send their kids a lunch to school instead of feed them. And I know these are crazy ideas, and I'm not promoting them, but that's the attitude I would like to take, that here's the highest priority things, maybe some of the lower priority things can help fund those. But thank you. It's been very educational for me, and I 100% support all the efforts that are being made.
Can I just throw something out there? I don't want you to answer it, but I would like the board hopefully to have them bring it back. But I would like to know what we're doing with bullying and what more can we do. So we've talked a lot about how students can help themselves, but we haven't talked a lot about how we can treat others. And this is a problem throughout the community. This is not just a kid problem. This is an adult problem. So at another time, you know, I would love to have you come back and just address that one issue.
I could just say something really brief that kind of is tied to both of these comments, that in my opinion, again, there are some low to no cost ways that the dole end of prevention could be prioritized. As it stands, you know, skill building for social skills, which when it comes to bullying prevention, there's actually evidence that a standalone anti-bullying curriculum doesn't help. And so, yeah, we could have a few lessons here and there about like, hey, be nice. But if there's repeated exposure in time for social connections and relationship skills built into a student's schedule throughout their school experience, bullying behavior is reduced. And as it stands, whether or not that kind of instruction, skill building, space and time for building connections, it's not there.
I want to do it, so brainstorm and let's have you back. I would love to solve that problem.
And other board members interested in having that, we'll keep it on a future agenda topic.
Yes, I wrote myself a note and said, should this be our next funding goal?
Okay, thank you very much for being here and just the wealth of information that you provided. It's very helpful, and as a board, we are concerned about the mental health of our students and our employees, and thankful for all that you do to help.
Thank you for this opportunity, and they're amazing.
You are.
You guys are awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to take a break and start our general session at 6:30. Hey, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. We are glad to have you with us today, those of you that are in person and those of you joining us online. I will introduce those of us that are up here, starting down at this end. We have our attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, board member Bryce Dunford, Lisa Dean, Marilyn Richards, Nikki George. I'm Tracy Miller, Dale Robinson, and Brian Barnett. Our superintendent, Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, John Larson. Welcome to everyone who's here today. We are going to start out with Valley High School, and we are thrilled to have Valley High School here today. We have a gem in our district that a lot of people don't know about. It is an amazing school called Valley High School, and they do great work. I love being in that school. So we are excited to have our staff and some students from Valley here with us today. We're going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance by Yolanda Rothfuss, who is a teacher and also a United States military veteran. Followed that will be our Reverence by Randall White, who is a teacher. And then we will go to Celebrating Schools by Jacinto Peterson, who is the principal. And then students Grace Casanos and Jose Reina Gilberto Rodriguez. So we will start with Ms. Rothfuss.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. Twice each day at Valley High School, once at 10 a.m. and once at 3:30 p.m., we strive to have our students pause at the beginning of their class period and do a brief guided emotional and mental reset before proceeding with the rest of their educational day. In an effort to help you achieve a state of alert, focused relaxation, I invite you, as the Jordan School District Board and the patrons that are here, to join us in a mindful pause. Please take a moment to settle yourself, and we'll begin. Find a comfortable posture. Close your eyes or have a soft gaze downward. Bring an awareness to your body and relax. Now bring your awareness to your breath. Take a few deep breaths in, a big breath in, and a big breath out. Another breath in, and another breath out. Then let your breathing return to a normal, natural rhythm. Your mind will probably wander, and when it does, when you notice it has wandered, simply call back your attention with the same quality you might use with a puppy that's wandered off. Gently usher it back to where it needs to be in the moment, and then just let your awareness rest in your breath, breathing in and breathing out. Pay particular attention to your breath in, and notice that as you breathe in, you're giving yourself something that you need in the moment. You're nurturing yourself with each in-breath. If you're struggling in any way in your life, breathe in some quality that you need: kindness, love, compassion. Breathe in this quality with each breath in, allowing yourself to really receive something good for yourself. Now release your focus on your breath. Simply allow yourself to feel whatever it is you're feeling in this moment and to be exactly as you are. And remember, you have a voice, you have a choice, and you are enough. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. It's an honor and a privilege to represent Valley High School and serve as a principal. My name is Jacinto Peterson. Before we move forward, I would love to thank the Board of Education as well as the Cabinet for always supporting us in everything that we do. We are an island of misfit toys, and so we appreciate Santa's help. With that being said, every day I get the opportunity to work with some of the finest educators on planet Earth, as well as ESPs. So I don't take this for granted, and I would like to say thank you kindly for all those people who make Valley High School work every single day. With that being said, Joni Mitchell's song says, I hope you don't think this song is about you. So what we're going to do is make sure that I don't become a filibuster and talk about myself. I'm going to pass the time over to the greatest heroes I've known, which are the students that represent Valley High School. Without any further ado, I'm going to pass the time over to Grace, and then she will pass the time over to Jose.
Hi, my name is Grace Casanos, and I live in Harriman, Utah, and I'm a senior at Valley High School. The first time I felt pride by being a student at Valley was last year, a week following the passing of one of our students. The entire school, student and staff, were extremely compassionate and thoughtful to each and every one of us. I was inspired by my peers, and after this, I became more involved in the Valley community. I joined peer counselors, and I've been able to be a part of my community at school as well as the outside community. In peer counseling, we've held canned food drives, and we also had a humanity, like a pet food drive type thing. And we also visited a retirement community where we got to talk to them, give them handmade Christmas cards, and it's just a really fulfilling experience, which I don't think I would experience at any other school. At Valley, it's one of the only places in Utah where I've been a student, and I feel that each teacher really does try to get to know each and every student and get to know like more personal things about us just besides our name and who, like, the basic stuff. Yeah, and my teachers at Valley have inspired me to start looking into a career in education because I want to be able to do what they have done for me for the next generation. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass it to Jose.
Hello, my name is Jose Reyna. I'm a student at Valley High School. When I was in the middle of my sophomore year, I only had one high school credit. I was at the time what educators call an at-risk student, someone who is unlikely to graduate, and who may need a little more support to graduate. I had failed 44 classes. I was 11 credits short of where I needed to be to graduate. I had a number of reasons why I didn't go to school at the time. Financial needs was one of them. I had to start working in high school just like many other students to provide for myself and to help support my family. However, one of the primary reasons why I would not go to school was feeling a general lack of support and community. Due to a number of factors, the number of students in a class is much larger than what it used to be, leading to an uncomfortable and unproductive learning environment for many students. This is where alternative schools like Valley come in. My boundary school noticed I was likely to fail if I didn't get the extra support and change in environment that I needed. They told me that that's why I should go to Valley to address the issues I mentioned here and to have some more opportunities to regain credit, which is when I transferred. During my time at Valley, my teachers and peers recognized my academic strengths and pushed me to pursue a higher education. When I was a sophomore, I got chosen to be a part of my school's peer counselors program, a selection rarely made, of an A student who got recommended to join the JATC program. I chose to join the teacher education program here at JATC South because I was inspired by many of the teachers over at Valley who helped support me, and I want to be support for any students at risk like myself. I participated in the Educators Rising State competition as the only student from Valley High, in which I got third place in their public speaking competition. A set of accomplishments that wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for Valley. And if it wasn't for the unique support system Valley has to offer, like Friday activities, power cards, book clubs, and more, I wouldn't be on the path to graduate next quarter. There are a lot of students with stories like mine who succeed at Valley. All that needs to happen for students to succeed is to provide them with the support they deserve, which is what they provide. Thank you.
I will conclude this invitation by again saying thank you, Colin, for what you do every single day in support of Valley High School, the best school in all of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just add, Valley is an amazing place. We have outstanding faculty there, and some of our finest students are there. Thank you for all that you do. Can we get everyone associated with Valley High School, students or staff, to stand up? Thank you. And students, we want to shake your hands and give you a pin. So if you will come start down here at this end.
Thank you, well done. Good job, Greg.
Thank you. And Mr. White, your voice was like made for that.
That's what I thought.
So good.
Yes.
Great start to a meeting. Thank you for being here. Our next agenda item is our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Brenda Louise Beckstead, Nutrition Services. Judith Ann Sneed Blaine, teacher. Jerry D. Durant, teacher. And Deborah Okeson, classroom assistant.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is board member recognitions. Do any board members have a recognition today? Ms. Dean.
I just wanted to say that I have so much appreciation for the West Jordan City Journal, and I don't know that every city in our district has the City Journal, but I really appreciate the coverage that the Journal gives to the schools in the Jordan School District. I love opening up this newspaper and reading about interesting and amazing things that are happening in the schools in my area. So I just wanted to thank the West Jordan City Journals.
Ms. Richards.
Just a couple. Had the opportunity, as many of the board members, to be able to accompany the Jordan Education Foundation to give teacher awards, and that's always a really amazing opportunity, and so I really appreciated going on that. Second thing is the construction on 9800 South and Bangerter is progressing, and I just wanted to do a shout out to Paul Bajera and the Transportation Department, who have gotten shuttle transportation for the students at Elk Ridge Middle and Elk Meadows Elementary, going with not much problem, and it's transitioning very well until that construction is finished. Also, Principal Brian Leggett and Principal Tiffany Smith, along with Kyle Hansen, who is substituting for her, they've done an amazing job of getting the students ready and making sure that they get to school. So thank you.
All right, I have a couple too. First of all, Copper Hills High School just received a National Inclusion Award. They're one of 10 schools in our state to have received this, and Abby Cox came and presented that award. And it's very exciting to me because I see the efforts of inclusion in a lot of areas of that school. One of which was the girls basketball just took second place in the state tournament. And as I was listening to the principal talk about what a great job they did, and look at all the kids that came and supported. And wasn't it amazing that we had cheerleaders at every single game? And there was just such a feeling of we're all one at Copper Hills. And so I thought it was very appropriate that they would receive that award right now. And then also, I just wanted to mention Shrek at Mountain Shadows Elementary is going on actually tonight. They're performing right now. I had to miss going tonight, but what a great job, and a huge hats off to those teachers who often are volunteering extra time to be able to give those students opportunities like that. And then I just wanted to say thank you to our Jordan Education Foundation. I know Ms. Richards already mentioned their efforts to do the Teacher of the Year awards. It is the best part of the job to be able to see teachers being recognized for their efforts, and I'm so grateful for the contributions and organization for the volunteers who spent the better part of 2 weeks going from school to school. And I'm going to go ahead and add Dr. Godfrey at each one of those, saying something unique to each teacher and really making them feel like $1 million. So it was an awesome experience, and we're so grateful.
Okay, I want to give a shout out to Oak Hills Middle School for their musical honk. It was so good, man. We have so many talented kids in this district. But there's a lot of schools working on musicals right now, and that is a lot of extra work for teachers and staff. So thank you for providing that experience for our students. And then also, We the People. There's several of us that judged We the People competitions a few weeks ago. And I love that program. It is so amazing to see just the knowledge that the students have about the Constitution and our form of government, and to be able to really showcase what they've learned in these congressional hearings. It was really an honor for a lot of us to go and judge that. Okay, Superintendent.
Thank you. We're excited to have Region 6 PTA here tonight to honor our state reflections winners. So I'll ask PTA to come up and introduce yourself and the awesome award winners that we have here tonight. Reflections is one of the signature moves of PTA. It's really a cool thing that they do to allow students to be recognized for their work. So thank you very much for being here tonight.
Hi, my name is Jessica Navarro, and I am the Associate Director for Region 6. So tonight we would like to recognize students from grades K through 12 that participated in our PTA Reflection 6 Reflections program this year. The PTA Reflections the program encourages students to share art entries in 7 categories: 2D visual art, 3D visual art, dance choreography, film production, literature, music composition, and photography. Our contest theme for this school year was I Am Hopeful Because. Over 2,100 entries were submitted in our district, and 62 advanced to the state competition. Of those entries, we have 21 students to recognize tonight for their achievement at the state level. I know that not all of them are here. These are amazing kids. Lots of them have choir concerts, and they're doing lots of wonderful things. So we're grateful to all the ones that are able to be here, and would like to congratulate each of these students. So I will read the names just by category, and then students, if you're here, we have just a little little prize for you. You can pick the shape that you want. These are up here, but just come up when I call your name and stand by me, and then they'll shake your hand. Does that work? Okay. All right. So for 3D visual art, We have Madison Lundquist, Alexa Ingleby, Claire Bracken, and Kira Bruning. Just stand up here. If you want to pick a thing when you come up, you can. You can pick the square or this one. Go. Okay. And then for 3D visual art and literature, Bridger Pedrosa. In literature, Brinley Allred, Olivia Millett, and Josie Priest. In dance choreography, Jaden Larson, Malik Lucero, and Brecklin Staggs, and Tesla Brewer. And then in film production, Austin Graff and Bailey Pugh. In music composition, Ali Sorensen, Ariana Shami, Elliot Johns, and Simon Eng. And then for photography, Abigail Anderson, Elizabeth Bradford, and Kate Moser. I was afraid that would happen. All right, that's a good number out of 21. Thanks for coming tonight, guys. All right, so
we are gonna, students, it is a huge accomplishment. We have so many talented kids in our district. And so to make it this far in advance is a huge accomplishment. So congratulations. And we would like to shake your hand too. So we'll have you start down on this end. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job. Thanks for
PJ, do you want a picture of all of them before they go? Okay, really quick. Stand right.
Are we going around?
Yeah.
Sorry, kids, I should have announced that. But yeah, come up and stand by here. It'll be a great picture. A little bit, like you guys. Okay. All right. There we go. That looks better. Smile. Can't let all these moms.
Thank you. A lot of work went into those awards and the artwork and performances that earned them. So thank you, everyone. And I'll also note that another great program that PTA sponsors is Battle of the Bands. And I had the chance to MC Battle of the Bands, and so I get a backstage pass to Battle of the Bands, and it was a blast. Including seeing Jessica Navarro's daughter perform as part of one of the soloists, and that's a really fun feature. So they have bands, and then while bands are setting up, they have soloists perform in between. And her daughter, I think, got a second place award and just did a tremendous job there. So that was a really fun event, something I always look forward to. in terms of segue, Jessica Navarro doesn't know it, but she's also our segue to the next agenda item, because she was here representing Region 6, but she was also a part of the Portrait of a Graduate and Strategic Plan Steering Committee, who we're honoring tonight as well. So if you were involved in Portrait of a Graduate, would you please just kind of stand up? I'm going to have you introduce yourself at the microphone. So stand up, come up to the microphone, reluctantly if you wish, and just come up. And I know board members will have comments who were a part of this as well, but I just want to thank you for the work that you did. It really was a chance to learn from and bond with people that represented various aspects of Portrait of a Graduate, or various aspects of our district in creating a Portrait of a Graduate. And I thought it was a very fulfilling experience to see old friends that I've worked with and known for a long time, and really get to talk about the central purpose of our district and how we can articulate the needs that have been expressed by our community and create a holistic plan for being at our very best and accomplishing what is needed most. So I would ask that you each just introduce yourselves and talk about the group that you represented, and maybe just a couple of sentences about your experience being a part of that. Jessica Navarro as the connective tissue between these last two groups.
Sure.
Always volunteering, always helping us out, Jessica.
So yes, my name is Jessica Navarro, and I was representing PTA and just parents. It was really fun for me to be able to be privy to all of the answers from the survey that had gone out. And I really enjoyed having the perspective of the company that was there helping us, and that they do this for districts all over, and to hear their feedback about, how blown away they were with the number of responses that they received from Jordan and how positive they were, and that is not something they usually see. And so that was just fun. I mean, I love Jordan District. I graduated from West Jordan High School and went all through Jordan District, and so my heart is definitely here and I love it. But it was really fun to read all the comments, to see the positive things, to see the the areas of challenges, and to be able to be a part of creating strategies and just plans for ways that we can improve always. But I really loved it, and it was fun to interact with all of the awesome people that were there, that just were really talented people. That made me very hopeful, I feel like, for the future of our district. There are great people involved here, so I really loved that.
Sandy Reescraft, Director of Communications. I was honored to be invited to be a part of this process, and at the same time, I had no idea what I was getting into and was a bit nervous. I was a part of the communications arm of the process, and I'll get a little emotional about it, because the friends that we made, the different viewpoints that we shared, the camaraderie, just the people that were a part of this process, I realized how truly lucky I was to be selected. Not just honored, but truly lucky to be a part of this process. And the final product, I think we all look at it and are pretty amazed at the time that went into it. It was a big time commitment, but at the end of the day, we started really looking forward to it, and I'm going to miss these people, so I hope we somehow stay in touch, because it was an amazing process with amazing people, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be a part of it. I learned so much, and in my job in communications for Jordan School District, it was an invaluable experience, so thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina Lycum, and I am a parent. And serving with the Portrait of a Graduate and strategic planning was just such a humbling experience. The expertise and the different viewpoints that were on this committee were just a great sampling of what our community is and what what they strive for, and just to see the wonderful work of our school district, of administrators, teachers, and parents to produce such amazing students that are going to just play such a big part in our world. It was just such a humbling experience. And Education Elements was wonderful to keep us on track, to keep us, exchanging ideas and debating different ideas. And it was just a really great experience. So thank you so much.
All right, Lisa Robinson, and I am also very grateful for this experience. And I have been in Jordan School District since Caleb said they had records back to when the first calendar was made. That's when I started school in Jordan School District, and I'm proud to represent not only the teachers and the schools, but also when we first started out, they asked us to share why we were there, what was our viewpoint, and I shared the picture of my grandchildren that now attend Jordan School District schools, and I'm so proud to be able to represent their future in our planning process and in our goal setting and in the work that we do going forward. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Tremendous individuals there who made a big contribution and will continue to. Board members who were a part of that process, would you like to comment as well?
Sure. So I was blown away by the time commitment that these people very generously offered to be at meetings that lasted all day long. We shared 2 meals a day in those meetings. We were there for a lot of hours, and the input and collaboration was really helpful and humbling. It was really a privilege to be able to take time to think about every single comment that came in and to place it on real people. Which is something I noticed. We had a lot of group work. We would go into small groups and talk about different topics, and every group that I was in, and it didn't matter if it was the same people, we moved around a lot, but I heard personal stories from each of them, and it really helped me to remember the why of what we do and the efforts that we make. And I'm sure that Ms. Miller will announce this later, but when you come through, this is such a small sampling. You guys, Jacinto just was here. Why did he leave? But we had so many people who consistently came, which is why I have this really large pile of crumble cookies next to me right here, because our efforts would have crumbled without you. Really, truly, you guys were awesome. And I'm so grateful to have been able to be a part of that process. Excuse me.
Well said. Yeah, it was just like sometimes, as board members, we get information and we kind of develop our ideas about what we think should be and not be, and being able to sit in a room for hours with a group of people that just were all just smart and articulate and had different perspectives, and you just broadened my perspective and broadened my horizons and the way I viewed things, and just to be able to pull all that together and work together as a team. Very rewarding experience. So thank you so much for your time commitment. Anything else?
Have them come up.
Yeah. Okay. We'll shake your hand. Come up and get your crumble cookie. And we'll clap for you.
Thanks for your work.
Yeah, holy cow, where?
Really? There's a whole store full. Nice to see you.
How many? Okay, I don't know what you're getting, but thanks for coming.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but this hasn't happened too much.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is our public comment period, and we welcome people that come and comment to us. We have a couple business items that we'll take comments on separately, but this is our open public comment period. I don't have anyone here that signed up. We do have a couple of email comments. So is that correct? Was anyone thinking they signed up to comment? Do we have students here for a class requirement? Yeah, welcome. Good to have you here.
We thought you were just here because you like meetings.
I know, we just thought you liked us.
Do we need
but it's
to
okay.
do we need to sign your agenda for you? Are you good? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think we should recognize them.
President Miller, I think we should offer them to leave a half an hour early if they stand and speak and tell us about their experience in school. Any takers?
Oh, we got one. And we'll get a pin for you.
Okay, here's the rules. If you speak, you have to state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I have 3 minutes?
You don't have to use all 3 of it, but you
Okay.
can't go over.
My name is Tavish Applenop. I'm 16 years old. I go to Bingham High School. I'm a junior. My experience. School is really fun, and I love it.
What class is this for?
What? Oh, government. Yeah. And I love that class. And
what would you say to elementary school students who are terrified of going to high school?
they should be about as scared as they are currently. It's about that bad. Yep. So, is there anything else I have to? Is that good?
Let that man go home a half an hour early.
Thank you. And it's a great day to be a minor. Okay, anyone else? We do have 2 email comments, so we will give Mr. Larson the floor.
Is this Mr. Barton's class at Bingham? Whose class is it? Person. Thank you.
All right, first one, Christy Bell. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Antelope Canyon. The more I think about what to do with the schedule change for kindergarten, here's my idea. The district kindergarten team come up with the 3 days of virtual lesson plans that are the same district-wide. It will take that burden from us. It could even include the really great reading pre-lessons that we don't do. Then we as teachers can do an assessment the first 3 days that would still meet the needs of all the days. Thank you for your consideration of this matter. Christy Taylor. And Andrea Hinosa. Members of the board, ahead of tonight's meeting at the invitation of JEA President Janet Sanders, I am writing to give a voice to my concerns as a high school educator. Through conversations with colleagues through the district and at each grade level, through my participation in the current instructional coaching endorsement cohort, it is abundantly clear that 2 of the most pressing issues facing educators are not only in this district but nationwide, are attendance and engagement, especially as affected by cell phones in the classroom. I have attached a screenshot that illustrates attendance tardies in a portion of just one of my general education classes. Attendance is a problem that has not dissipated over time, even as the pandemic has effectively ended. In fact, my students report that as teachers are under more pressure, pressure to have all learning requirements integrated on Canvas, they do not feel the need to attend school regularly. I have over 200 students at the high school level, each with unique personalities, needs, and abilities. This adds an additional layer to an already challenging job. It is not uncommon for a student to miss the majority of the quarter and come in with 1 to 2 weeks remaining, asking us how they can get their grades up. We've been there. We've been in these classrooms teaching in person and working to engage a group of kids who would rather be on TikTok than participate in a rich discussion about a historical topic. And now we're expected to work miracles for a student who actively chose not to participate in their education. This, paired with substantial pressure to graduate kids, has increasingly led us to a place where I feel like we cannot call ourselves an academic institution, but an institution that churns out diplomas, thus diminishing the job that I and my colleagues strive to do every day, and negatively affecting teacher morale. I have already reached out to each of you directly regarding the need for a district-wide policy on cell phones, and one that takes the onus off of the teacher. So I'll try to keep this section. As students' anxiety is eased and academic progress increased. We are in the business of kids, and as such, we have a responsibility to do what is best for them. I also firmly believe that it has come to a point where teachers require the support of a district-wide mandate, as leaving it up to individual schools and/or teachers has led to a variety of policies that pit students and teachers against each other. Without a united front on this issue, an undue burden has been placed on teachers. I did not get into education to be the phone police, but that is essentially what I feel I've been reduced to. Two more sentences. We have the capability to act on this, and I believe with all of the knowledge and data we now have surrounding the negative impact that phones have on our kids, an ethical and moral responsibility to do so. Thank you, Andrea Hinosa.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is the consent agenda. So can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda items.
I'll second.
A motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards. All in favor of approving the consent agenda items, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda items?
I move that we accept the consent agenda items.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Robinson to accept the consent agenda items. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for our first bid?
I move that we accept the bid for the Career and Technical Education Auto Spray Booth at Bingham High School.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George to approve the bid for the auto spray booth at Bingham High School. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Do all of our high schools have auto spray booths? Is that a common, is that at all the high schools?
Mr. Skidmore, welcome.
Thank you for your question. Two of our high schools, Bingham High School and West Jordan High School, both have the advanced beginning and advanced auto collision repair programs at the schools. So only two in the district.
And is there one at JATC at all?
The West Jordan program serves as the primary location for students throughout the district as a tech center type program.
Okay, that was, I guess, what I was getting at. Is that program available to all the students in the district? And it is.
Yes,
apparently.
it is.
Okay.
Yes, West Jordan has the capacity to hold and house students and park students, where Bingham High School has parking challenges and getting more students there. So, but the program is available to all students throughout.
Okay, further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of approving the bid for the auto spray booth at Bingham High School, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a bid or a motion for the next bid?
I'll make a motion that we approve the office and classroom furniture for Juniper Elementary School.
I'll second it.
A motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the office and classroom furniture for Juniper Elementary School. Is there discussion to that motion?
It looked like there was one bidder. Is this kind of just a standard thing that we do whenever we need to furnish a new school? There's a
there's a particular provider that we like, or did we just happen to get one bidder on this?
Well, I can address it, or you can. Mr. Yates, would you like to? I think the board would rather hear from you, honestly. You can talk about the process you went through. I think they'd appreciate that.
Thank you for the question. In visiting with all, we went through about 8 different vendors, and met with all of them, visited a few of the newer schools throughout the district, and found that by going with one vendor, which is Workspace Elements, they provided the best quality furniture for the best price, and by going with one vendor, we were able to access deeper discounts, not only through Workspace, but also through the furniture company, Hahn, by going with the one vendor.
I'm sorry, I don't know you. I probably should, but.
Oh, I apologize. Caleb Yates, principal of Juniper Elementary.
Okay, very good.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So as opposed to just going out to bid to a bunch of vendors, they were pre-qualified and you were aware of what the prices were beforehand when you were making your selection decision?
A lot of it went through meeting the teams and what they could provide as far as ongoing service afterwards, getting references from a lot of the other principals who have recently worked with a lot of these vendors. And so that went into the decision to pick Workspace. And so I didn't see the prices ahead of time. They gave us a good, better, best option. And so we made general predictions on what it would cost to furnish the whole building. But as we went through Workspace, they gave us updated pricing and what it would be with discounts. And that's what helped us with the decision.
I got a question. How is this equipment similar and different from other elementary schools?
A lot of the recent elementaries, they went with 2 separate vendors, one specifically to furnish the office and one to do the classrooms. A lot of the furniture is similar as far as they chose Hahn for a lot of their different furniture. Different vendors could provide different types and colors.
Is the setup different? Because as I look through the pictures, they look more like some of our newer secondary schools.
Right. So with us being a 4th, 5th, and 6th grade elementary school, we went with some larger desks, but I involved the teachers in a lot of those decisions. Would they like the traditional size desks, tables, or a little bit larger student desk, and gave them that option for what would work best for their teaching styles. And so it kind of evened out in the end, because if you buy a table, a student table, it's cheaper because you're only getting 4 legs instead of 8, those sort of things.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we are excited to see that new furniture in that new school. All in favor of the motion to approve the office and classroom furniture for Juniper Elementary School, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a bid for the next one? Sorry, I keep saying that wrong. A motion for the next bid.
I move that we accept the bid for the school staffing agency for teachers of the visually impaired and orientation and mobility specialist services.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George, to approve the bid for school staffing agency for teachers of the visually impaired and orientation and mobility specialist services. Is there a discussion to that motion?
I don't see, I looked through the bid summary and the justification. It's up in the air. It says it's to be determined. Is that okay for us to approve a kind of an open-ended award?
I thought it was as needed. This means that we're going to go with this group when these services are needed, because I don't think we always know how much of these services we'll need.
So it's $150,000 to complete the current school year and an additional estimated $550,000 per school year going forward.
Yeah, in the justification letter, it gives some estimates, but the exact amount is unknown because it's as those services are needed over time. But there are some estimates listed in the justification letter of what they.
I saw those estimates, and that's what we're approving.
Yeah.
Not to go beyond that? Is that like a ceiling? Or,
No,
or
I think
it's open-ended,
these
right?
are estimates, yeah. With special education, and correct me if I'm misspeaking here, but with special education, you need to provide services as they come up, and we won't be able to predict how much of those services are going to be needed over the next 5 years.
Just as a team determines that a child needs that service. So it changes every year when they get a new IEP.
And at one point in time, were we providing these services in-house and just haven't been able to do that, so we've started outsourcing? Thank you.
Or rock, paper, scissoring for who got to come. Yes. There has been a point in time when we were able to hire teachers for the visually impaired and specialists that were providing orientation and mobility services. It's been just over 3 years since we've been able to actually hire them on staff. And as Nikki mentioned, that the need for those services varies from year to year. Students move in, students move out. Some receive their services and pass off their goals. And so as we've moved into an era where there's not as many people that are being certified and qualified in these specialty positions, we've moved to more of a service provider option. And so the best way that we've been able to provide these services is to contract with an outside agency to provide them on an as-needed basis based on the student's IEP services that are on their plans. So.
This is 100% funded by the federal government.
By Medicaid. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor of approving the bid for special education school staffing agency for teachers of visually impaired and orientation and mobility specialist services, please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for the next bid?
I'll make the motion to approve the bid for the partition replacement at Hayden Peak Elementary School.
A motion by
Second.
Ms. Richards, second by Ms. George, to approve the bid for partition replacement at Hayden Peak Elementary. Is there discussion to that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for the next one? E.
I'll make it. I would like to make a motion to replace the carpet at Silvercrest Elementary School.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Mr. Barnett to approve the bid for the carpet replacement at Silvercrest Elementary School. Is there discussion to that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. And can I get a motion for the last bid?
I move that we approve the bid for shelf-stable milk.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for shelf-stable milk. Is there discussion to that motion?
That is good milk.
Is there a pun?
Being from Cache Valley,
Exactly.
Gosner's milk is a standard at my
Sometimes
house.
drive up there just to get the milk.
A pun would be utterly inappropriate, so I'm not going to do it.
So this bid is to provide nutrition services with milk for the next 5 years. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
No. Well, the way I read it, it seems like it's
Backup milk.
emergency milk.
Mr. Thomas, welcome.
Thank you. I was afraid there would be some questions on this, but Katie couldn't be here tonight, so so they took the bid out for shelf-stable milk and ended up with the Gosner's contract again. The reason they're doing it is, federal law requires that milk be served with all meals, and sometimes our provider has some supply issues. So they're able to keep this on hand in case there are those supply issues, and they can just send that to the schools as a substitute.
So we'll receive this and store it?
Correct.
For
Yep.
a potential need?
Yes. Yep.
Is there a benefit of using the other milk versus the?
It's both. It's the same. One is just ultra pasteurized, I guess.
It can last longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
What flavors are we getting?
I don't know. I know there's. I hope
Comes
root
in a
beer.
lot of
The
different
root
flavors.
Beer
Root
is
beer's
really
really
good.
good.
Strawberry.
Cookies and cream are the best.
One more question.
Yes.
How do we know when we're going to need this milk? If our current provider sometimes has issues, how can we give this amount, $1.2 million worth of milk over the next 5 years, if we don't even know how often we're going to need it?
That's a good question. John, do you?
We're not going to buy the entire
Right.
$1.25 million worth of milk all at once and store it. We're just going to buy some milk, store it, use it as needed, and if we need more, then we'll buy. So because it's a 5-year bid, there's an estimate as to how much that might be out 5 years. So that's the $1.25 million. But we're not going to spend it all and just sit on it. We're going to order what we might need for an emergency and then order more.
Okay, any more discussion?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All in favor of approving the bid for shelf-stable milk, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Okay, we're now on to our special business items. Our first one is a recommendation to approve the student fee schedule for the 2024-25 school year. We have discussed this in a couple of previous study sessions, sent notice out to all of our parents, and we've had 2 opportunities for people to come and provide feedback on the fees. So I'm going to start with a motion, then we'll see if there's any additional public comment on that.
I'll make the motion to approve the student fee schedule for 2024-25.
A second.
A motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Dunford, to approve the student fee schedule for 2024-25. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this issue? Okay, seeing none, is there any discussion from the board? All right, I just want to add that as a board a few years back, we took a really close look at what was happening with fees within our schools and have made a lot of adjustments, making sure that the fees being charged really are needed and really are being used for the students for the benefit of their current classes. So I'm proud of the work that we've done and also our website that allows parents and students taking classes to know right up front what are the costs involved, and there's a lot of great information on there. So thank you to our staff for all of your work on fees. All in favor of approving the student fee schedule for the 2024-25 school year, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Our next agenda item is a recommendation to approve a new administrative policy, AA451, domesticated animals in schools and offices. Do we have anyone that wants to
We got to make the motion first, don't we?
that?
Or do they make the motion and then speakers speak first?
Motion and then public comment.
I'll make the motion. I motion that we approve the new administrative policy AA451 for domestic animals in schools and offices.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Robinson and second by Ms. Dean to approve the new administrative policy AA451, domesticated animals in schools and offices. Is there anyone here that wishes to address us on this policy? Okay, is there any discussion by the board?
I'll make a comment. I was invited by Providence Hall to take a look at their policy. They invited me over to their middle school, see how they use therapy dogs. I didn't know there was a difference between a therapy dog and emotional support dog. Emotional dog and a support dog. So there's actually three kind, and Intermountain therapy dogs were there too. So just talked to them about their policy, compared it to ours, and we're right on track on this. And I'm really excited to be able to move forward with a policy that, you know, can help us make sure that animals and our students are well treated, I guess.
Thank you. And this is a new policy, and it does address the use of service animals, or animals used for classroom instruction. I think it's guidance that we've needed in our district, so appreciate all those who have worked on this policy. Any other discussion?
I wanted to mention that this policy was up for approval a meeting or two ago, and we had several people come and speak on it and ask some questions. And as a board, we decided to hold off on the vote so we had time to discuss those questions that the public had brought forth. We did. We discussed those questions. And I think as a board, just in general, all of us agree that we have addressed the questions that came forth and that we're happy with the result.
Yes, thank you. Okay, all in favor of the motion to approve new administrative policy AA451, domesticated animals in schools and offices, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Our next agenda item is our superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I would just echo what was said earlier, that we've had a great time visiting schools, honoring teachers. In classrooms, we have 3 schools left out of our 69 schools, so 68, 69, they come and go. Anyway, it's been really exciting to be there. What is particularly striking to me is when we see the families that support them. That's really meaningful for me, to be able to see the family that sacrifices so that they can be a teacher, because it always takes more time than the contract day, and you get to see the positive impact that they have on students, how much the students love their teachers, and how much their families support them. So that's been very moving, and I appreciate the foundation's work, the work of school staff to arrange all of this, to get the donations put together, and to provide that great experience for teachers and their families, their students, their school, but also for those who get to participate and honor students, or honor teachers, excuse me. So we have 3 left to go, and then the banquet in April. So thank you to everyone involved in that. And to our great teachers out there, we have so many. We are never going to run out of people to give awards to who are very deserving of that.
That banquet is April 17th, and that is the banquet that all the top 12 educators, so every school had an outstanding educator, but then the top 12 go to this awards banquet. It's April 17th, and you'll get an invitation from it. Board members, you're all invited to that. And
Didn't know the time.
It's a great night. I'm not sure the time yet. So put that on your calendars. Okay, anything else? Dr. Godfrey, you're good? You're done?
That's it. Thanks for that clarification. Yeah, we did a bus day where we go to the top 12 teachers. I think they extended it a little bit beyond 12 even this year, just because they had so many great applications. So just a lot of layers to the support. A week from tonight, teachers and their families get to go to a Stars game for free and be honored at halftime. So the foundation it's hard to keep track of everything that they do for teachers. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee reports and comments by board members. Do we have any reports or comments?
I take it from the lack of the portrait of a graduate being approved tonight, that LEAC should not move forward in discussing that.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up when we got to that agenda item in
Okay.
study session, but we didn't get to it before this meeting.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we should probably vote on it.
We're
We take it to
we're
LEAC.
postponing the Jordan Parent Association till the fall, right? Like, so it might be a good time to do it.
I'd like to gather LEAC at least to start talking about it before they leave for the summer. So I'll wait until we approve it in April, and maybe we can squeeze a meeting in sometime.
Early May.
So the plan is to approve it at the April 23rd meeting.
Thank you.
Ms. Dean?
I have a couple things. One is I have written on my calendar for tomorrow a district dance festival, and I'm wondering if anybody has any information about that. And also, there's the Heroes Among Us is a presentation by the I don't know exactly what to call the department right now, but like Language and Culture Services and Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee. But it'll be really great with our own council. Melissa Flores is going to be one of the speakers, but it's on April 3rd, Wednesday, from 5 to 7 p.m. at West Jordan Middle School. And does anybody know anything about this district dance festival? Okay.
Last year I would have
made
known.
it up then.
Because I would have had a daughter dancing in it, but not this year.
Oh, what?
It was really fun last year.
Okay, thanks.
Just a really quick reminder from government relations that you're going to be receiving messages from one of us setting up meetings to meet with the newly elected city council members for any city that you represent. And so those are ongoing, but I just wanted to give it a quick reminder so that you understand when you receive those emails, why you were the ones selected and why you're so lucky to be invited to an extra meeting.
Thank you for doing that.
Not me.
Okay, just a couple more things from the Jordan Education Foundation. They have a couple of fundraisers coming up. And for those of you that aren't aware, the foundation is a separate organization from our district, and they're all volunteer community members that care about our schools and donate a lot of money to help our schools and provide these banquets and other awards to our teachers. But coming up on May 11th is the Challenge Run, and that's open to everyone, students, staff, community members that want to participate in the Challenge Run. You can go on Jordan Education Foundation website to register for that. And then also on May 16th, they are having an author night with Dan Jones. He is a British historian, author, broadcaster, award-winning journalist, and very popular in the literary world.
Da Vinci Code?
Power and Thrones?
Oh.
I'm not sure. Who knows what all Dan Jones wrote? Oh, that was Dan Brown. Da Vinci Code.
It's the same Dan Brown?
No, this is Dan Jones.
Oh, Dan Jones.
Yeah. Anyway, if you are interested in that, there's opportunity to attend an event with him and also to meet him, and that is also on the foundation website. Okay, anything else? All right, that is the end of our general meeting, so we will adjourn. We do have some study session items to finish up, so we will take a break for 15 minutes and then go back to our study session.
Come get President Miller to sign your forms.
tell me it was fun too. Don't judge me, Scully. Did you tell me?
Okay, we are back in our study session. It is March 19th, 2024. Board members, we would like to do a really brief closed session. And then we will come back for our study session items. So can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to go into closed session for, oh, I should have let Lisa do this. Character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. George to go into closed session. All in favor, Mr. Robinson,
Yes.
Ms. George,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Mr. Barnett,
Yes.
Mr. Dunford,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, so that passes unanimously, and we will go in closed session. Welcome back. We are in our study session. It's March 19th, 2024. We have all 7 board members present, and we are on item C, construction plaques. Mr. Dunford.
As a courtesy, when we hire an architect and a construction firm to build a new building, the architect puts in kind of a cornerstone plaque, a dedication plaque, showing the Board of Education at the time the bid was approved, the superintendent, the business administrator, the contractor, and the architect. It's just kind of like, look who approved and look who built this building. It's not something this board has asked for. It's just kind of a customary in the architect's world to kind of put that on a building. So there's no policy that we're necessarily following or that. And so I'm actually going to start with my motion, and then you can discuss with it. I move that we instruct staff that when architecture firm requests information regarding the board and staff for the purpose of building a dedication plaque, an opening plaque, a who built this school type plaque, that staff gives them the names of the board, the current board that approved the bid, and as a courtesy adds the names of former board members if there was a recent election that caused seat changes. That would be my motion. And that on the plaque, the current board is listed as the board, and those who were on the board are listed as former board members. Former member.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion.
Now, so let me tell you a little bit more. One of the tragedies is that Susan Pulsifer, Jim Crane, Kaylin Whitelock, and Richard Osborne did all sorts of work for the bond schools, and not one of their names appear on any one of those 6 buildings. And they were the ones that, you know, did all the legwork to get the bond approved so that those schools could be built, and not one of them appear on any of those plaques. And so my motion would be that if that ever happens again and there's an election that causes a change, so that the board that approves the bid is not the same as the board who approved the design or pushed the bid forward, that those former board members would be recognized on that plaque.
Let me push something a little bit. Should it just be any board, or what's so important about when it was funded? Let's give the example of, let's say we funded this Juniper Elementary a little bit earlier, and Brian comes on board, but he's still like approving furniture, he's over that, all of that. His name wouldn't be on it, even though he's doing all the work. So maybe it should, the friendly amendment that I should make is any board member involved, not just a past board member, but it could be a current depending on when we approve it. Does that make sense?
They'd be on
Not
anyway.
necessarily, because if we had approved that school prior to Brian coming on, well, Brian's been over it, picking the name over that area. So if we had approved it a couple months earlier, Brian's name wouldn't be on it, even though he's helped name it. He's specifically over it. So I want to make the motion that
That's a hard line to draw, because we could be doing work on a school for many, many, many months and years even. Where do you draw the line and say, well, what constitutes having done enough work? There has to be a moment in time where you can take a picture to say, that's the board right there.
Well, the moment in time you take that picture is when the school opens and it's dedicated. That's what I think the picture should be, and then we can go back and look at past board members who have played a significant role.
The problem with that is the architecture's done, and they don't know who that is. This is not something the board does. This is something the architects do, and they need to do it before they move off the project. And so if you say, well, we're going to do it months after they're done, when the school's dedicated, then you're asking them to do a plaque long after they've exited the process.
So the plaque for Juniper's already done? Because I don't think it could, because it has to have the name on it. And the plaque.
No, they're not off the property yet.
No, but I've been comfortable just saying any board member involved, because how far back do you go?
Yeah, what is
Like, can you
recent?
go back 5 years because we knew we needed a school there and this board member pushed for it there, but we never sent it out to bid? Yeah, I mean, I think we need to be very specific.
That's why
and
my motion
define.
is one previous board.
Well, and here's something. I think that maybe because I know I'm a member of the current board, and I think I know of a specific situation that you might be addressing with this motion, I would be happy and willing to not be on the plaque in order for a former board member to be on the plaque.
It's not a problem.
But
I mean, so there would be 7 board members. I feel fine about not being on there.
I think though that what happens there is like, so you have Brian and Matt who hold the same seat. Both have done significant work on this school. So I like the name of past board members on there. I just want to make sure whatever we develop into if this becomes
This isn't a policy.
This is a one-time deal.
This is just instructing staff.
Yeah.
There is no policy we're changing.
But it is a precedence that we would want to continue with, right?
Okay, so the motion is so that the board members that approved the bid are listed on the plaque
As board members.
as board members, and then if there was a
As a-
recent election and there was just the last board, if there are board members that are no longer on the board, they'd be listed as former board members.
That is the motion.
So recent means
Previous election.
2 years, like within 2 years.
Yeah,
Previous
yeah,
election.
we won't go back to any boards before that.
We wouldn't go back to Joel P. Jensen,
That's clear then.
Maureen Jensen, no.
Okay, questions or discussion?
I just wanted to show you a picture I took while I was traveling around to different schools. Majestic Elementary, 1975. It showed all of the Board of Education, the superintendent, and his entire cabinet on the plaque because there were only 5 of each, 5 board members, and then
That larger?
seven cabinet members. So I just wanted to show that there, of course, is variation over the years in the way those plaques look. It was kind of fun for me to see that. I've seen pictures of Donald J. Parr and Ray Wittenberg was the administrator of support services, and he was the superintendent before Barry Newbold was superintendent. So anyway, I just took this picture to demonstrate there's some variation.
John.
You're the
Oh, John's
clerk
the
of the board? You wear a lot of hats, sir.
Anyway, sorry, not to distract, but I thought it was interesting.
I'll bet you
There's
nobody's taken.
There's some variations.
No one's taken a picture of that in decades. I'll bet.
But look how clean it is. There's
It is
no
like
other
that.
sight.
Yeah.
Someone's looking.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Staff is so directed.
Okay, now let me offer an exception to that.
After we voted already.
I wanted that to be the precedent. This is the exception. I don't think this is a very, very unique situation that I'm asking for, but I am asking that Bingham High School be replaqued. Given the remodel.
Not replaqued. Add a plaque?
Not replaqued, be plaqued in addition to the 1975 one.
So I think you mean not deplaqued and then replaqued.
So
but
we're not
just
going to remove the
double plaqued.
We're not going to remove this.
Double-plaqued.
We're not going to remove the 1931 that sits in the hall. We're not going to remove the 1975. But in addition to those, that I would propose, because the decision we made is, do we tear Bingham down and rebuild?
Right.
And instead of doing that, we decided to rebuild and save the taxpayers millions of dollars. I think that project is worthy of a plaque. But because it was spread out over 6 years, I think we need to go back previous election and get Janice on there.
I agree.
I think it should say Bingham High School, this current board, because we finished the project, and then Janice Voorhees, Jen Atwood, Matt Young, former board members.
Yeah, because we've
So-
been working on it a long time.
And that's the exception because it took so long. I think we need to go back to Janice as the starting point when we made that decision to remodel Bingham. So I would like to instruct, now here's the thing, I think this plaque we're gonna have to pay for. Would you say that, John? This needs to be a plaque that we pay for because I don't think the current architect would be.
Come on back and make us a plaque.
Ooh, that rhymes.
You missed something.
But let's ask, and then I would, part of my motion.
If they want to be on the plaque.
Right.
That's right.
Part of my motion would be that we invite the last contractor to make the plaque, and if they refuse, that we would make it ourselves. But I think what we did at Bingham High School is worthy, ranks right up there with a new build. And that we need to acknowledge it, and I'd like the public to acknowledge what this board did, saved them millions of dollars, and yet we have produced pretty much a new Bingham High School. So I would like to I make a motion that we instruct staff to reach out to the last architect of the Bingham High School project and ask if they would be interested in making a plaque that included their name and the contractor, the current board, the current administration, the current principal, and then include 4 or 3 previous board members, Janice Voorhees, Jen Atwood, and Matt Young. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion, Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Dean. Larson.
Go ahead.
Just for clarification, I think we had multiple contractors on this one because
I
it
know.
was over the, so we would
That's
have
why I
to.
said most current.
And that's why I think we just do the last picture in the.
We'll try and work that
We'll
out.
try and work that out. I wouldn't be opposed to multiple contractors as we have multiple boards, but.
Would you do
Okay, here's another
principals?
complication. Chris Richards Kong was principal when this was first taking shape. Should she be included?
I think so.
I
I think we do. I think we acknowledge the previous administrator, the current administrator, as long as we're adding those 3 board members.
Not to be contrary, but I don't think I think the remodel took place entirely during Rodney Shaw's time as principal.
All I know is Chris Richards Kong was at the pipe breaking ceremony. She was the principal at the pipe breaking
Oh, okay.
ceremony.
Okay.
And I think maybe this plaque should be hung under Bryce's picture at Bingham High School.
Pictures.
Under mine.
Bryce has multiple
Which
pictures.
one?
of him.
Can I ask, are we dedicating this school? Because I would love to dedicate it. I'd love to bring the press out. I mean, this is a significant, when we talk about how Jordan leads the way, we save taxpayers at least $100 million on this project, at least, and probably more. And I just think that we need to do, party hats and blowers if we need to. This needs to go out. And
I
people
would
need
love to see a dedication, but I would.
Confetti high fives.
I would do confetti high fives for everybody.
I would like an additional plaque in Bingham High School's halls to represent the remodel.
Okay, so we have a motion for an additional plaque for Bingham and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, any other questions on that?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item is a review of portrait of a graduate and strategic plan documents. Your feedback was all taken into account last week, and we've got some new documents up on board docs, and I know they haven't been up for long, so if you want to take a minute
Can I
look those over.
interject here?
That'd be great. Yes, please.
This was, we didn't have all of the source documents. These are not complete drafts. We've gone through it. We think it covers everything that was mentioned. It's just, I said to Chad, let's have some products for the board to chew on and take a look at, but it's not all the way there.
So what we've got is the one pager with the mountains, but ski lift taken off. So it's just the Ochre Mountains. We have a one pager with no mountains, just the symbols. And then
Coppermine.
yes, and then we have a one pager, just anyway, 3 different versions of the one pager.
I just want to say, as I just opened these right now, the second one, it made my jaw drop. I love it. I don't know why it's like, it just looks really good to me.
Well, yeah, it's got the copper mine kind of in the background.
Yeah, we tried to integrate the mine.
And I just want to point out, because when I presented the materials to you last week, we had an older version of the strategic plan, and I did not realize that until the next day that it had been updated again. And so that's why that is reattached. It's not tons of changes, but
But the portrait of graduate hasn't changed. That's why it's not on board docs.
except for those couple of wording things that we talked about. But you'll notice that, I don't know if anybody pays this close of attention, the header on the strategic plan used to have kind of like a swoop across the top. And now it's got like a mountain motif. And
So-
I
So
love
it's
it.
like this, like these. So go to the last.
strategic plan, the last
So there's
attachment on board
there's
docs.
2 documents. One just has swoops at the top of the page, and one has a mountain silhouette at the top of each page. So the question
I
is,
see it, yeah.
do you prefer the swoop or the mountain
I
silhouette?
thought it was just torn paper.
Well, it's more than just that. It's a little bit less cluttered too. I think it. Anyways, so I really like that header with the dark blue and the white just skyline of the mountains, and I wonder if that could be our one pager. Just that, change the content, of course, but to have that same like mountain skyline, I really like that. But my jaw did not drop on any of these.
So where would you put that mountain skyline on which one pager?
I would take away the images on all of those and do that as our background. I just feel like there's a lot going on.
Okay, I found this on the web for Skyline, on which one?
Sorry, that was me. I'm the one talking about mountain skylines.
I like the copper mine background. I like that, but I think it's still too busy for me.
On the second one?
The other thing that we can do, once we get the basic designing down, we can have break-off pages. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like if we want to have a page with just the portrait of a graduate characteristics, we could do a poster of that.
Actually, send us one of those too.
Am I right?
Yes.
Once we get the basic design, we can create different one-pagers.
I just liked how big the symbols were, and it was really easy for me to read
like the
how
fact
it's
that
all
they're in
lined
orange,
up,
orange.
you know? Yeah.
I don't like the little figures next to the top green part, mission, vision, values. I don't like those little things out to the side. Ugh. Do you like that? That eyeball.
Okay, how does everyone else feel about that? Are you on the
Second one.
second? Actually, it's on all of them, right?
Just the first 2.
Okay.
I'm fine with or without them, and to be honest, the values one, it makes me think of Star Trek.
The values one?
Yeah.
So would you do the little
Oh,
icons
image.
by mission, vision, and values?
I don't think it's necessary to have the pictures by them.
It needs both. I mean, you know what vision is. You don't have to have an eyeball looking at you.
Marilyn?
I let you know how I feel.
Okay, who else? So that's 2 people for taking off those little icons by mission, vision, values. Anyone else?
Put that in,
Any other
Lisa.
takers?
Lisa?
I think I would take them off too.
Strike that from the minutes.
Short of taking those off, I don't see a whole lot we can do to simplify. There's so much information. So you either remove some of the information. This looks pretty bare bones, you know, unless you just want words and no icons or anything. But yeah, that looks.
So if you look in the strategic plan, the right one, it has a page that's zoomed in that does kind of what Tracy was just describing on page 4, where it's like, instead of covering the strategic plan and the portrait of the graduate, they kind of zoomed in on one.
So this page
So
right
you
here,
could have 2 one-pagers. You could have a double-sided one-pager.
which I would actually really like to see a 1-pager of just portrait of a graduate characteristics.
Me too.
In terms of I'm just a little slow because I'm clear back on the last question. But those little icons, I think what they're doing is they have a different icon for everything. And so if the icon's going to brand it, then maybe we want the icon on mission, vision, and values. If it's not going to brand it, so like when they say mission, are they going to use the icon there too?
Well, it is used like in the strategic plan, you know, it's using the same.
So I don't know how important the icons are. It seems to me that the icons are gonna, when we talk about creative problem solving, we're gonna use that icon too. So if that's the case, then do we need that icon still attached? I would actually flip the icon the other way, so it's before mission, before vision. Because then it makes the icon more prevalent.
I think I really like the icons on the characteristics and pillars. I think mission, vision, and values are such a standard thing. Like every company has mission, vision, and values that we don't necessarily need an icon to visualize that. Everyone knows what a mission statement, vision, and values. And I don't know, like the I really does it for me on vision.
My favorite one is the third one, and it doesn't have any of those. The only icons are in the portrait of the graduate.
Is this the third one?
Yep.
Show that to me, Tracy.
That one's also my favorite.
That's my favorite. I just love it. This is what we're about. This is how this is the lens we see things through. This is what's in our heart that guides us. Here's how we operate so that we achieve these things. I love that it just flows down the page to what we're trying to accomplish. And the only icons are on the portrait of the graduate characteristics. I love the pictures that are there. I love seeing visually students engaged in learning. And so for me, the third one solves all those problems.
Except the copper mine. It could be behind that middle part where it's white.
What about the skyline? Just that mountain silhouette across the top header. But it has the flat copper pit on it. Did you notice?
I didn't.
On the left-hand side, there's
copper
a
pit
mountain
is
that
not
doesn't have
flat.
a peak.
The
Yes,
copper
it
pit
is.
isn't
It is
flat.
flat. It has
It is
the
flat.
row. It just has a couple of the rows.
It's pointy, and then you have this one that's straight across. Tell
The-
me.
And this right here?
Yeah, see, that looks like the copper pit to me.
Wrong color though.
Tell him to redraw it with an obvious copper pit.
I don't need a copper pit.
I like how it looks clean with nothing behind it. So, yeah, so the little gray dashes between the numbers stand out.
I think we should try it, just try.
My only wish is I love that picture of the boy, but he's clearly at home, not at school. And yet most of this is school related. I know that we do homework at home. I know we do online learning, but the bulk of us are at school. So that's the only thing I would change, but I love the third one.
If you, sorry to keep going back, but took that picture out completely and did something across the top like
The zigzaggy mountains across there.
The picture is what draws everything to it, though, right under
but
the
the
logo.
pictures at the bottom, I would keep.
Yeah, what if
The
you
look in his eyes, though, is to me, the look in his eyes is the portrait of a graduate.
I would like an AI generated photo of a kid learning. It would move us into the 21st century. They have great artwork in
Creepier
AI.
than AI bots.
Okay, so
I don't like the others.
so between 1, 2, and 3 of the one pager, or modifications of 1, 3. Bryce,
Three as is.
you're 3 as is.
I like 3 as is also. I mean, but I do like the thought of changing the picture of the kid to being at
3
school.
not quite as is.
I'm okay with it as is because I love the look on his face, but I just wish it were more a at school picture.
Did you change the background?
I'd change the background.
Yeah,
If I could lift that boy and put him in a desk at a school, that would be my preference because I love the look on his face.
I like number 2, actually. I like just
I like number 2 also.
the layout.
2 is this with the copper mine in the background.
I like 2 also.
2 as is.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa?
Well, minus those. I don't like the little icons at the
Yeah,
top.
same.
Mission, vision, and values.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
like the icons on the top, but I really like number 2. And
Okay.
So which one is your vote?
oh, that's what we're doing right now.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Can we do a weighted vote?
Ranked
Okay.
choice voting.
Ranked choice vote. Do you know what? I'll go with number 2
Without the icons or with
without the icons.
the mission, vision, values icons.
No mission, vision, values icons.
Marilyn, you ready? Nikki, you ready? I am solidly in 3, Camp 3. I would like to see a rendering with some changes, but I don't know that I can say I want this change because I really like the way it is right now, but I would be interested in bringing some mountain theme into it because we have them in our other documents, and I think it lends continuity.
What if these shapes had a mountain silhouette on top of them?
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I
that would
thought.
look good.
Oh. I like copper pin.
Oh. I said, what if these shapes had a mountain silhouette on top of them? I'd have to see it. It might be busy.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to say. I would make these changes. I would.
See, I'm nervous about a mountain unless it's the copper mine. Mountains say canyons to me. Copper mine says Jordan to me.
Yeah.
I don't think mountains when I think Jordan School District. I think mountains when I think Canyon School District.
I love the Ochre Mountains. Why are they so forgotten?
Yeah, I was gonna say
They're ours.
our whole valley is surrounded by mountains. I also like the imagery of.
Well, will all of you look at
mountain.
number 3 for me?
What's that?
Look at number 3.
Okay.
I mean, I like the fact that it has pictures, but the choice of pictures leaves me a little bit, I don't know.
I like the pictures a lot.
Well, look at
Yeah,
the
new
one that
picture.
says engage citizens, and they've got a couple hugging.
An adult and a child.
Was that an adult and a child? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like a child.
Are they engaged citizens?
it looks like they're doing some kind of volunteer work somewhere, maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe not have the hugging?
That whole graphic is a little confusing to me. You've got like an arrow kind of pointing, and then there's a tag at the bottom or the top. Is that linking to?
Yeah.
I'm just not quite sure. Is this a path that we're going through? Is it?
Then on
confusing to me.
creative problem solvers, is he a magician? What is he?
He's the principal, and he is amazing.
I know that.
Because it was on a podcast.
I thought he was from Curious Thinkers.
But yes, the general public is not going to know that.
Exactly.
It's also a chimney sweep.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the day he rolled out the red carpet for the first
Yeah.
day of school?
It was. It's supposed to be whimsical and creative, as opposed to straightforward.
Like a curious thinker. Yeah.
I like it.
I do like.
Wonka-esque, I suppose.
I like this how all you see is the view on this school, because that could be any number of schools in the district with view in their name. Well, I guess maybe only two.
So Nikki, you were 3. Carol?
3.
I'm a 2.
Marilyn, I think you may be a tiebreaker. No pressure.
I'm a 2.5. 2.5. Is that okay?
What would you change?
I like 2. I like the copper pit. See, that wasn't the right choice, huh, Nikki?
You chose wrong.
I like you less now, Marilyn.
Everybody live with 2, or do we need to come up with something different?
I'm fine with 2.
I hate to be divided.
I agree.
I don't love it. I could live it.
With those icons taken off, for sure.
Would you change anything else about it?
Can we look at merging like the great things we like from 2 and 3? I hate to ask them to do more, but
I'm gonna put the
whatever we
copper
come up
pit
with
behind the white.
will be with us for a long time.
I think that could make it a lot more busy. Part of what I just like about 2 is it's so easy to see and understand for me. Just how it all goes horizontally.
Right,
Like it-
but
that's easy
3
for me to
really
do.
tells a story with
Yeah,
the
3
pictures.
does tell a
That's what I
story.
like about that one.
And I like the pictures, but 2 is easy for my brain to understand in a second.
Yeah, that's why I liked it. The presentation was easy to grasp quickly. Yeah. 2.
Is there a way to add?
I think that could make it a little more like difficult to
You're not
grasp.
getting that little boy's gaze.
Could we use
think
pictures
that's
instead
the
of those big
emotion.
icons? Because the icons are bigger than the words.
What if we do
That's what makes me feel like it's so busy.
a separate portrait of a graduate one paper that has some of the pictures of kids on it?
And I'm wondering too, so this would be the one pager that would go along with this for years to come, and would we switch out the pictures, or would they be the pictures there for eternity?
5 years.
Till they
Oh,
change
5
it out.
years.
I think this would hang in every school, every district building. You sure you don't want to change your vote?
So the other question I have on this number 2, it says Jordan School District Portrait of a Graduate, but the portrait of a graduate is only the purple characteristics. Those pillars are part of the strategic plan and the mission, vision, and values. So we have 3 different things on our one pager.
Yeah.
So we probably shouldn't call this page Portrait of a Graduate.
I thought the
Or you can
pillars
change your
are
vote to
what
3.
holds up the portrait of a graduate. I thought the strategic plan is what supports the portrait of the graduate. But
Yes, the strategic, you're right.
so like that is the pillars, and that's what supports the that might be a stretch, but
that's
that's
true.
kind of what I was thinking, that the
Okay.
pillars, it doesn't have to say strategic plan, because pillars are something that holds something up. So these are the things that will help us build these characteristics.
So you think it's okay, just, we don't have to say strategic plan pillars, we can just say pillars?
Yeah.
Okay. I like,
I mean, that's what I think. I don't know.
no, I like the way you framed that, actually, that's helpful. Okay, so 2, without the mission, vision, values, icons.
And I really wish we could make our words more of a focal point than our icons.
That's what I liked about 3.
Yeah,
Me
me
too.
too. So maybe we could even format it similar to 3, so the words are in white in the color, and there's just a small icon with the word.
Do we need an icon?
So shrink the icon, make the word bigger.
And in white, I think it stands out more.
Oh, here in these
Well-
little blocks?
On the one you like.
I feel like these big icons would work very well for younger, like elementary age kids, especially, K through 3. I think these ones would help them understand what we're going for, like what, I don't know, that it could help them remember, oh, I'm a creative problem solver. I know how to find the piece of the puzzle. I like the icons big, just because I think that for people who, I think it makes people think about it even more when they look at it and think, why would empathetic communicators have 2 hands and this heart here? Or you know what I mean? I think it gives people something to think about.
A visual.
Well, I agree. I think we should have both, but I think the words are.
Who
Point.
wants to see
I
more
would,
focus on words on this number 2?
I would love maybe even changing the icon to a person. And you show students in those boxes instead of that. To me, the icon isn't really that critical. But I don't see on there as
top of a picture
kids.
might feel busy to me.
And these icons are used throughout the literature, and so
Let's ask for a version with more emphasis on the words and see what they come up with.
But I like these icons.
Keep the icons,
Don't
I mean,
them too small.
maybe they're a little bit smaller and the words are a little bigger, or maybe they can just make the words a little bigger.
Yeah.
Or different
I think
font,
when
different
we
color.
put an agenda kit together, we should put the icon of the pillar on the agenda item.
Oh,
Can-
that's a terrific idea.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I want to, when you feel like you're close to what you want to see next, I don't think you have to decide between 2 and 3 tonight. But if you're ready to say, the people who like 2, these are the changes you want to see to 2. People who like 3, these are the changes. Then I'll tell Chad, start listening at the 8:54 mark. And he can make those changes. And then if we want to put it on the agenda from at 4 o'clock, then he can come and make some of these changes in real time. When you say, oh, I wonder if it would be too busy if we put this picture, if you're willing to kind of sit with it and give him a little space here and there to work on things. He's done it with boundary maps before. I think he could do it. This document, and then maybe when you see it, you say, oh, you know what? Now that you've been able to add that element to 2, it looks too busy, or now it's the perfect blend and it's the 2.5 I was looking for. Just a thought that we give him what those in the 2 camp want to see changed, and then what those in the 3 camp want to see changed, and then he can come and make those changes in real time up on the screen.
And we have another study session before we bring this to final vote, so we have
Right.
time to. So there is no reason to rush. I like that.
That's a possibility. But when we're ready, I'll just kind of mark the time so that we
I
can.
want it to be 8:53 so he can hear that you were the one who threw him under the bus. Bring
Well-
him in and make him work live.
You know,
Get rid of the eyeball.
Chad's skills, sometimes you just need the man in the room because he's so good at making those changes. And when you see it, seeing is believing.
Worth $1,000.
I think we're ready, but let me just throw out one more idea before we start that. Is anyone else interested in a one page of just portrait of a graduate characteristics? Or am I the only one?
No, I would like to.
I'm interested in everything on one page. I do not want 2 separate pages.
I want both. I still want a one pager, but I would love to have just a poster of portrait of a graduate. Okay, only 3?
I feel indifferent, but about that.
If you're gonna have a poster, you know, it wouldn't be crowded because it would be larger.
Can we answer that question when we look at the new graphic?
Well, we already have a one-pager in our actual document of the strategic plan. Why not just add one to the actual document of, actually, Portrait of a Graduate has one as well. That's pretty similar to option 2.
One idea for number 2. What I think what number 2 is lacking is a little personality. It's very impersonal. No photos.
Oh, 2.
Maybe we could take that picture that Bryce was talking about on number 3 of that child staring, that look on his face, and make it a black and white background on number 2, maybe on the left-hand side, fading to white in the middle, and then have the copper mine on the other side. There's kind of a blending of those two things, or I don't know. That's the one thing that I don't like about number 2 is it's a little impersonal, but I'm more of a logic guy, so this kind of a flow appeals to me more than pictures of students.
And just for Chad's sake, what I would like to see on page 3 is the boy staring at the screen. I love the picture. I just want that boy on it. He's obviously at home. And I would prefer him to be at school. So if you could take the background out and put him in a school setting, that's what I would prefer.
Okay, do you want to start the time and let's just focus on one page at a time, what the changes are?
At the 8:57 mark,
Okay.
We're going to say, all right, version 2, and it doesn't have to be a consensus. Just tell me what you want to see different in version 2. So Bryce, would you mind
version 2.
restating that? Version 2 only for right
Version 2. Chad, I'm looking at the one that has the young boy looking at the screen.
No, that's 3.
Right, but he wants
version 2. Screen
Okay,
3.
so we're gonna talk about number 3 first,
Okay.
right?
Number
Yes.
3.
Okay,
There
I
you
thought
go.
we were talking about.
And that's what I'm saying, Chad. It's the one with the boy looking at the screen, the prominent under the Jordan School District. I love this one. My only concern is he's obviously at home. I love the boy. I love the look on his face. I want that to be the picture. I'm just hoping you could take that background out and put him at a school setting.
One recommendation I would make for number 3 is this idea of pillars and characteristics. Pillars, as was mentioned, kind of support something, and the pillars are shown on top of the characteristics. I don't know if there'd be an easy way to reverse that, have the pillars on the bottom and the portrait of a graduate characteristics on the top.
Yeah.
Other thoughts about 3?
I think that these dashes are to show a flow or something, but when I see them, I think of minus signs. And so I would like to see what it looks like without the dashes.
Okay.
I would change the engaged citizens picture,
Me too.
reflective of engaged citizens.
Okay.
I would love to just see what it would look like if across the top we have this kind of bar of different colors. If we could use the mountain skyline image that is in strategic plan across the top, just to bring the mountains in a little and some continuity to our other documents.
So right across the very top?
So it would go right
Or
there.
right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get that?
I don't know if he can understand across right there.
You know, right
it
here.
would be like where
Or
the bar that says Jordan meets the picture. That line would be where that
Line
mountain
above
line would go across.
the boy staring at the screen.
Values line, yeah.
And my addition, besides taking out the picture of what is it, engaged citizens? If there is any white space left, I would like the copper mine as a kind of a, background.
Good luck, Chad.
And that was only one of them.
Okay.
He's sitting there saying, "That's it? That's all you got?
They're
That's right.
crazy.
Throw
That's
me a
right.
challenge
They're
at least."
crazy.
Okay, how about the second option?
Get rid of the icons up in the green. We're gonna do that no matter what, right?
So just the icons for mission, vision, value.
Correct.
Meaning get rid of just the icons,
Right.
not leave just the icons.
Yeah, get rid of that eyeball.
Mountain Eye and Star Trek.
It looks like Star Trek, right?
Compass? Is that what it's supposed to
Oh,
be?
it's a compass.
I think it's a compass.
Then I would like to see a rendering where the words were brought into the box. So like curious thinkers would be in white inside of the purple, and the icon would just shrink a little.
Like the boxes in number 3.
Yes.
Oh, so like make them bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
So
like
smaller icon, bigger words in the same colored box.
Yeah.
But make the box a little bigger?
And I don't know if I want the box bigger, but I just would like to see the words are an important feature to me, and I feel like they kind of blend into the background right now.
They blend into the copper bit.
Exactly, that's the
And that's good.
Would you do that with the pillars as well, or just the characteristics?
I would do it with both.
There
Okay.
seems more.
I think if you're gonna put the words into the block needs to expand a bit. Because I don't like the icons getting too much smaller. That's just me.
And I would be okay with the icons being a little smaller with the words a little bigger. So maybe there's a couple versions of that one.
Okay. A couple of different versions, Chad, that incorporate some of the suggestions, not all of them in one. That's probably true of 2 and 3, I would say.
Yeah, there's in 2, the one we're talking about now, there's a header, there's a body, and a footer. In the body section, I'd like to see a grayed out version of the child looking at the screen as kind of the background, top to bottom, in taking up the entire body section, top to bottom, maybe on the left-hand side.
Instead of the copper mine?
I'd like to see one with, yes, so it replaces the copper mine completely.
Ugh.
And then one where you have the student on the left and a portion of the copper mine on the right, and then a blank area in between them so that they're not right up against each other. Maybe kind of fading toward the middle.
In that one, would you have the icons still where they are? I don't mean the icons, the characteristics and pillars.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Because you're going to cover the boy's face if you do that.
You would, yeah. He would have to do some fancy positioning so that the facial features were still showing. Yeah. I'm a little worried about trying to fit those words inside the icon, because, I mean, you've got some pretty big words.
But look how well it works in
But
here.
it works in version 3.
How well it works in version 3. You know, I can still see the icon.
Yeah. I thought we were saying that we were going to make the words larger, and I wasn't sure how that was going to happen if you make the words larger.
And shrink the icon.
But not that much.
So there's going to be two versions.
I don't
One
like it
with
that
the
small.
words larger and the icons shrunk.
Not
and
that
then
much, though.
One version for Maryland that keeps the icons the same size and adds the words.
Well, or slightly smaller. I'd go with slightly smaller, but I don't want them to be so small that you can't really tell what it is.
Can we just ask, is there a way to work in a picture or two of children to number 2?
And I like that.
And then see what the creative result is.
There's another question. Good.
That's my biggest concern with too.
Because my thought too is that at schools, they could find ways to add their own pictures and personalize it to their own school.
Okay,
Want
is
it
that everything for
consistent
both
throughout
of these versions?
Just one more really fast.
Okay.
Could we just make the green area a different color? Maybe orange. I feel like there's too many colors. 3 feels nice. 4 feels too much.
What about the dark blue, light blue?
Yeah, I like that a lot
Don't
too.
take
And
the
I
orange
noticed
away.
he has like a light blue at the bottom and a darker blue at the top. I'm open to any color. I was just throwing one color out. Whatever would look good to you.
Orange.
Is the light blue's the Jordan, so it'd make that J.
Not.
What if
Like
this
the color of
green
the
is
shield.
this lighter?
So you think the green ought to be orange?
Or any color. I'm okay with any color that's
Just
already
that
on
top
the
Orange
page.
is the new green,
I
or,
would
or
make-
light blue is the new green.
I would make this green this lighter blue.
Sure.
What I would
I
do.
like it in lighter blue. That's actually what I was going to say, but I was like, oh, he'll say it's too boring.
What were you
So
going
I'm
to
glad
say?
you guys confer. Maybe
Jordan blue.
like the Jordan blue, like our shield.
Lighter
the
blue.
color of the shield.
Jordan blue, orange, and
Green,
green
good
all
stuff.
as options for that area, Chad.
Sure.
Whatever you think looks good. And
Chad, you're going to rewind this a few times anyway. I know you're going to be going back through it a couple of times. It's good.
Chad's looking and see if
Chad
he has
is-
any
Chad
vacation
is the
days coming
best.
up.
Chad is the best.
These
He's
guys
not
are
even gonna-
idiots.
He'll have some good
I
options.
guess. He's just gonna
No.
laugh and say, I thought they were gonna throw me something different.
No, he's
Yeah,
gonna
he
say these
can-
guys are idiots.
He's got the goods. Anything else? Any other permutations that you would like him to create?
Vision 2.5.
The good news, Chad, is we're getting close.
Getting close. We're getting close.
Okay, so now go over to the 2 strategic plan documents. One just has a curve at the top of every page, and the other has a mountain silhouette at the top of every page. Which do you prefer?
Mountains.
I like the curve.
Anyone else? My mountains.
I like what everyone else likes. I'm not picky on that one.
Well, I guess I'm mountains, but only if we end up with mountains other places. If that's the only place, then
yeah.
okay. Well, we can decide that later too.
I mean, I do like the mountains, but sometimes it looks like it's looking like a ripped paper
That's what I
motif.
said.
But I do like how the mountains are different on every page. But
Oh, are they? I didn't notice.
And then can we reformat page 4?
Yes, for sure.
You can take the icons off.
Yes.
Just make it look more like whatever our one pager was.
Okay. So yeah, maybe we get the 1-pager settled, and then we make adjustments to strategic plan. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The state
thank
tree
you.
is the evergreen. No, it isn't. It's the Quakey. It's the Quakey. That's right. Washington is the evergreen.
All right. Thank you.
So our plan is to vote on this April 23rd, so we've got some time to work on it. The other thing we need to start looking towards is our plans for implementation of this. We do have a principals meeting that we're working on for that. We've talked about sharing it in LEAC and GIAC. But if anyone has thoughts on anything particular you want to see or to make sure we get right in implementation?
I
Let me
think we
know.
need to rewrite our board policies, especially our ends policies.
All of them.
I wouldn't.
It's too late to get them in for evaluating the superintendent. But I would hate to see this board not finish that task before
I agree.
November, December comes and hand that over to someone else who hasn't been part of this process. I think we owe it to we owe it to the next board to finish the ends policies before December.
So we do have the option, because we've talked about that as our project team has talked about, whether or not we want to continue to involve education elements to help guide us through implementation. And it has crossed my mind to have a session with them on how to convert our ends policies into something that matches our Portrait of a Graduate and strategic plan based on their experience across the nation with other districts. Would you be interested in involving education elements in that process, or do we want to go it alone?
Let's get some professionals.
I'll take all the help I can get.
It will come at a cost, and we would need to approach them and find out what that cost would
So
be.
I'm
The
wondering,
question at this point, I think, is do you want us to find out what a package would cost? Remember, they gave us 3 different packages, and we'd have to talk about whether purchasing would allow us to extend this contract, or whether, I mean, I feel like it's sole source at this point to a degree, but we want to follow proper purchasing procedures. But if you're interested in getting someone to help, we can start to pursue that in whatever way makes the most sense.
Yeah.
To me, their track record of efficiency makes it worth the cost, because if anyone can help us build policies to bring these to pass, they can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you interested in getting options and bringing them back to the board?
Do we know if they have that skill set? I mean, writing policy, I think, is a lot different than creating the things that we're looking at right now. And if they say, yeah, we can help you, it costs this much, great. But I'm just curious, if they have experience writing policy based on the work that they've done in the past, I would be open to listening to them
That's one of the questions we'll ask.
outside of their wheelhouse, yeah.
I know
And there would
that,
be other, oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I know that one of our team members, that is her specialty, is policy writing.
Even if
there
it's
would be-
not, what I'd love to know is if we wrote a policy, could they see in our policy a better way to merge it with our plan?
That might be a smarter approach, is to present a draft and let them review it.
They
I
also,
don't want them to
Take us
generate
long.
policy. I'd be uncomfortable asking them to generate policy. But I'm very comfortable, once we generate a draft, to say, could you help us make sure that this policy incorporates our characteristics and our plan?
Fits in.
I would like to see, to be able to show them, okay, here's what we have, our ends policies. What do we need to get to? Show us examples from across, the country of what should this be looking like when we start drafting our policy, to kind of, give us the overview of how to get from here to here.
and previously they offered a light, medium, and heavy involvement package. So we can, I think it would be structured the same way. So, and I think it would involve other things besides writing policy. Of course, it would be, so how do you continue to communicate this to parents and employees, and how do you make it an ongoing part of what you do? So
That's the key I really want to know is, it's good to do it to LEAC and GIAC, but how do we take it, do town halls, parent university kind of things? It needs to go to the community, and I think they could help us with that.
Yeah,
Right,
and,
we'll-
how do we make it not just
We did it, now we're
the
moving on.
first year, now we're done? How do we make this part of our systems and processes for the next 5 years?
we'll bring back information in the proper purchasing way.
And I would say to the executive committee, given what we're gonna have to deal with in October with buildings, we better get a healthy dose of this done before October hits.
I think a good solid summer session just focused on this would be.
I think it would be a tragedy to not be finished before people leave this board.
I have a question. I have learned that many boards don't have ends policies, but they do have more of a board handbook. Is our idea to replace our ends policies with new ends policies, or are we trying to create something totally new?
I would suggest that might be a question we would ask of them with some examples of what, I think that's an important question, but I think that's an example of what they can help us process. What's the most effective way of making this a formal part of how we operate and how I'm evaluated?
Yeah, okay.
Because I think you're right, ends policies are rare. Board handbooks are more frequently found in Utah.
Jordan's rare.
Indeed.
And I don't have a preference on that question. I just was throwing it out because I've noticed people are like, what's an ends policy?
Okay, so next study session, we will visit different versions of this document. Hopefully have Chad here with us. And then we're giving direction to, to staff to find out whatever purchasing process we need to go through to bring us back options on continuing to use education or policy writing and implementation.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, our last agenda item is a review of board policy GP 111 types of meetings. This came up in our last board meeting about our use of study sessions and general sessions. So that a link to that policy is attached. This is our current policy. It says we hold board meeting at least once a month to conduct business. That's what we call our general session, although it doesn't say that in policy anywhere. But we do have our general session once a month. And then it talks about closed sessions, and then it talks about study sessions. And study sessions are scheduled as needed for the board to review and discuss pending issues. Board action may be taken during a study session. Study sessions are open to the public, and we may provide time for public comment if invited by the board president.
A question on board action.
Yeah.
Any action that we take, is it supposed to be something on the agenda that we take action on?
Yes, we cannot take action if it's not on the agenda. Yeah, that's a good. And maybe it should say that. Board action may be taken during a study session. On agenda items listed.
Listed agenda items only.
Certain action that you take as a board arguably is not action that needs to be always noticed up on an agenda specifically. When you're giving administrative direction, a lot of that is not really taking action as a board.
So like the plaques we just discussed.
Right. So it's different. For example, if you're approving a property transaction, that needs to be formalized by board action. That needs to be noticed up officially. But if you're like this, giving direction to Chad to make changes, you're taking action, but it's not formal action. Oftentimes you make a motion so that you can just move the meeting along, but you're really not taking action in the same sense as you are on other more formal items. So that's why I think I don't think it is entirely clear. Under the Open and Public Meetings Act, you can't take action on something that isn't properly noticed. But what is taking action, again, if somebody wants to come in and challenge you for just taking an administrative direction, that's not going to be action that is required in an open and public meeting to be noticed of, in my opinion. There's always nuances to that, but that's why I think it's explicitly stated that you may take action. For certain items, yes, it would have to be properly noticed up with enough specificity And like last meeting, there was a special agenda item placed so that you could take action and approve an interlocal agreement. That's the type of notice that is necessary under the Open and Public Meetings Act because you're taking a formal action.
Like, and we've never approved a bid in a bid or a policy in study session. Those have always been in general.
Well, you have, but you notice it up so that it's appropriate under the Open and Public Meetings Act.
This item's on.
But technically, that's not a study session. We move into a public portion. So it really wouldn't be under the guidelines of a study session.
So, are we okay with the policy, or does anyone want to make any changes to it?
The only thing I would like to formalize is something like, except when expediency requires, items will be taken to a study session before they are taken to a public meeting. Again, we say this a lot. Here's our practice, here's our policy. Sometimes they don't match. So either we change our practice to match our policy, or we change our policy to match our practice, and we've kind of started a good practice. This is a good habit to be in. I like the habit, and I'd really like to codify it so that other boards come in and say, that's a good practice, let's make it, it's in policy, let's keep it in policy. As a courtesy, it has served this board well when we adopted that policy that we're not going to take anything to a public vote that hasn't previously been taken to a study session. It protects the board from any accusation of rushing something under the radar.
Or lack of transparency.
And again, I understand the general notion. There have been boards that I think have kind of crippled their ability to govern because they formalize it like we won't do anything unless it's already had a first reading, and then it's a separate meeting, and then also it can create issues as far as, well, are we really taking action? Do we have to wait until the next meeting to make a decision on the plaque, like you talked about today? But yes, on certain things, you know, if you're going to adopt policy, if you could articulate some of the things that you want to say before we adopt a policy or before we do this. It's just, I'm just saying that boards can go too far the other direction. You make that sort of change, and then another board comes in and says, "Oh, we can't do anything until it's in the next meeting," and you don't get through your administrative matters, and you end up tying up the second meeting of the month with stuff that you could have dealt with in one meeting and moved forward and been 2 weeks or 3 weeks down the road.
That's why I prefaced it with, unless needed.
I'd like to see some wording changed in here. Like, I like the word in study session, administrative direction can be given. And maybe in the general session, that final approval would be given, or something like that. I think one of the problems was our last meeting, it was so, at least for me, like, is that really better in a general session or not? And I think that is a wide, different people would have different opinions on that. So it's tough. You want to give direction, but you don't want to give approval.
And I think that's a fair question to ask when we're making decisions in study session. And I think it always depends on the circumstance. But there could be times when we say, you know what, let's make sure this gets on our next general session because we think there's a public interest in this, or, you know, that's something I think we always have to weigh.
A good example of that would be the Bingham project. Were we approving that? Were we giving administrative direction to that? And I think I can look at it both ways and say, yeah, we really didn't approve anything. We just said move ahead. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but we're kind of approving something. And so, you know, we just have to do the best we can. I do think that we could clean up this a little bit, though.
So what specifically would you propose?
And I would just, you know, at the last meeting, Mr. Robbins, you or any board member could have moved to table an item and ask for it if you can convince the board to not move forward. I think there was discussion and said, this is why we're moving forward. Again, you can do what you want. I'm just putting out there that sometimes good intentions end up having negative consequences that you don't foresee if you tie yourself to what you think is just administrative. It can create hurdles. I mean, we try not to have emergency meetings for that very reason. If you have an emergency meeting and you have something that needs to be done, how do you carve out an exception? Well, this obviously needs to be done. It's even on an emergency basis, so you can't have two readings.
If you put it in policy, then you may have someone try to delegitimize something you did by pointing to this procedure. But you have a safeguard because you have an executive committee that sets the agenda. And I think the committee, whoever has been on that over the years, has done a good job since this came forward of being careful not to expect that we see something for the first time and that you vote on it that same night. So it's a question whether it needs to be put into policy or not, because it's been, the practice has been effective. And if it's memorialized, then it could be a point for someone to say, yeah, but you didn't follow your best practice here. And even if technically you followed what you have written there, you didn't give us the time that we should have had on this. For example, yeah, there are examples of when it's expedient to make a decision. Anyway.
Oh, one of the words is under E, where it says study sessions shall be open to the public and time may be provided for public comment if invited by the board president. I know we've done that in study session, but that's not the practice. In fact, we tell people lots of comments in a study session. So that could be pointed to as, why aren't you letting me speak?
It says maybe.
It's true, but it sounds like it's more common than we actually allow. There's been times that we've allowed that, but it's not very common.
And part of the reason there is also it's not a general public comment period. And you want to make that clear. You don't just get to show up and have an open public comment to talk about anything.
But in one sense, we did today.
Yeah.
Every time we bring someone to the table, it's really a public comment because they are not members of the board.
Do we need to add something about that we will take public comment once a month? Was that a bill that passed this last session or the session
We have it
before?
in our other policy that addresses that.
We have a public comment
Oh,
policy.
that's right. Okay.
It wouldn't hurt to. Something that stands out to me in this policy is that under number 1, the board shall hold a board meeting at least once a month to conduct business. And then you look at number 3 when it talks about special board meetings being called. And there have been times when I felt like we make some of our most intellectually challenging decisions in the wee hours of the morning when I'm not at my best and when I think all of us are exhausted after having sat through an 8-hour meeting already. And then we start some really intense processes. And I've wondered if there would be wisdom in convening additional meetings when time gets to a point where we say, okay, this would be a good time to call it and come back and finish later.
It's interesting when we talk to other board members how least often they have their meetings and how short they are. I don't know what they're not doing or what we're doing, but even ones that are our size are meeting significantly less than we are.
Not always.
Well, some of them.
Some of them are pretty long.
A lot of that goes back to the way they review policy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So we've done that. We have that April 30th tentative meeting scheduled. for that very reason, but are you wondering if we should
I'm-
have more throughout the calendar
Yes.
as needed?
I don't know. I just felt a real contrast meeting to prepare this agenda a week after we had just met and saying, okay, this is a manageable agenda. And the week before it was like, whoa, we are going to be there for a minute. That is a lot that we need to discuss. In April negotiations.
But we can call a meeting anytime we
We
want.
voted on that a few months ago, like in January, added April 30th one, just for negotiations.
And that's not really a policy issue, that's just a practice issue. We
Yeah.
have the policies in place to do that.
Right. And I'm just getting the appetite of the board. Do you feel like we're most effective when we start talking about budgets?
It would be hard for me to have more meetings as someone who's employed mostly in the evening.
Have-
have anything against doing it if we have to. I don't love the idea of another meeting.
I don't either. I do like the idea of figuring out how we can make this meeting shorter. But yeah, I would.
Figured that out for as long as I've been on the board.
We spent an hour and 15 minutes on the calendar,
Yeah.
but did you?
Whose comment would we have cut out?
Mine.
When would you have cut off that conversation?
I do think more advanced preparation can shorten our meetings. Sometimes we come to board meetings to debate and to discuss rather than to govern. Mm-hmm. This isn't a council. This is. I think sometimes advanced preparation can shorten our meetings.
By advanced preparation, do you mean having a discussion with another board meeting beforehand?
No, it means calling around and making sure you know you've answered the questions you would have asked in the board meeting. There's some times where we spend a half an hour so that one board member can come up to speed on an issue, which is important, but that board member could have called and come up to speed without having to take the board's time. Board meetings should not be information gathering unless no one on the board has that information, and I'm just going to give it to all of you, as much as it's a governing board. This is a governing board where we come to govern, not to counsel.
I also feel like this is a public meeting, and sometimes I think questions are asked. Maybe the person already knows the answer, has an idea of the answer, but is asking so that the question can be answered in the hearing of the viewing and listening public.
Then it should just be a brief moment rather than a long discussion.
But I agree in business meetings that that's the case, but study session, when we're here to study a topic, when we invite experts to come and teach us, I feel like that's a little different. I think
I
the
still think,
intention of that is for us to study.
but I still think more advanced preparation can shorten our meetings.
I agree with you. My hesitation there is saying, I'm going to come in with my mind made up. I want to be able to listen to the conversation and be open and not be set already.
I agree with Nikki. Sometimes I know what I'm thinking and why I'm thinking it, but then when I hear other board members, it opens my mind to other possibilities, and I really appreciate hearing other people's viewpoints and experience.
But let's be honest, that's why we have long meetings. That is exactly why we have long meetings. If you want short meetings, we've got to change that. If you want that, then we're going to have long meetings.
I've had significantly less conversations one-on-one with you in the last 2 years than I had in past years. That those conversations, like Bryce and I used to call each other a lot, and I'd get on the same page. I think that's what he's trying to say is, you know, are we communicating about the topics? Maybe we need the agenda sooner or something, but I think I'm less prepared maybe in the last year or two than I was in earlier on. I think that's something I can work on. But
The other thing you can do to move meetings along faster is to use Robert's rules the whole way through.
call the question.
Yeah, we could have, like on the calendar, you could have just motioned.
Made a motion, discussion, vote.
Do we want to consider health and wellness days or not? Vote, move on instead of discussing. And anybody's welcome to make a motion at any time.
But then we always discuss the motion. I think it's sixes to me.
But just understand, if you want, I want to hear what all the board members think. I want this to be an open discussion. I want to hear what that's going to make the meeting long. If you want short meetings, we're going to have to change some of that.
I would rather make a well-rounded decision than have a short meeting.
Same.
I would also rather come into an extra meeting than stay until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, we have the ability to make a motion to have another meeting at any. You don't have to have it on the calendar. Cities do that all the time, and so we just have to be able to look at the clock and say, yeah, let's take these 3 items and let's have another meeting. And they can be shorter. They could be probably electronic too.
Question on Robert's rule. The example you gave was the calendaring agenda item. Let's say that someone made a motion early on in that discussion within the first 10 minutes of the hour and 10-minute discussion, and someone seconded it, and there were still 3 or 4 of us who wanted to say something or had a question or wanted to participate in the discussion. But someone makes a motion, someone seconds it, and 4 people say, yes, let's move on. We're done with it, regardless of what anyone else wanted to say, right?
That's exactly what happened at the JLC meeting
Made
recently.
everybody furious.
That made everyone, that if you went to a spring meeting,
But
heard
there's
about that.
there's an issue there. Are we trying to come to consensus, or are we just looking for a majority? Those are 2 very different ways to approach it. And this board seems to want to come to consensus.
Which is evident
So
with.
let's keep discussing it and keep discussing it until we agree, versus, are there 4? There's 4, we're moving on.
Is evident with 2.1, 2.5 today. Like, we couldn't decide on 2 and 3. We had the votes for 1, but I love what we've done. So maybe what we're doing, even though it takes a little longer, is a better way. But
Unless you want short
Yep.
meetings.
Yes.
we're doing it right now.
Unless your priority is, if your first priority is, I want to get in and out, a short meeting, then Robert's Rules of Order is probably the best approach. Get 4 people who agree with you or agree together and move on.
And advanced
I
preparation.
don't know that we're talking about having a short meeting. We can shorten it. I mean, sometimes we talk in circles and we come back to the same thing anyway. We could shorten our meetings. We definitely could.
I have watched the Board of Education for my employer. They are impressive. They walk in, they're all prepared, they're all educated, they all know where they stand. It's, here's the business, let's take a vote. And they just move through that agenda so efficiently because of advanced preparation. They've done their homework. They know exactly what information they need to share, and they're ready to vote. It's impressive to watch them.
That is our goal. I need everything on board docs earlier, because with other obligations, with a job outside of this, I don't always have time for serious study.
And I don't know if that is the best use of staff's time for 7 people, for them to give a 30-minute to an hour and a half presentation to 7 people at 7 different times for an agenda item so that we can, anyway,
Then they just put it on board docs and tell everyone to read it before the meeting.
Nobody's not taking my call. They probably don't like it, but they'll take my call.
We like it.
I think it's still the same amount of time. It's 8 hours in here, or 4 hours in here, and 4 hours some other time prior to coming in here.
Good point.
Talking with 2 or 3 other members of the board, getting the information, getting their
Okay.
opinions. So yeah, it's the same amount or maybe more time outside of the meeting, and a shorter amount of time in here. That's how I would see it happening.
That could be closer to true, but you're not impacting everybody's time in the same way. And I think that's the important point.
I listen to a lot of school board meetings just for fun, and I would rather be on this board, and I'd rather have this district. And we lead in a lot of ways, and one way we lead is with this board. I think we have a good relationship, so I think we could tweak it always, but I wouldn't make major changes, because what we're doing is working.
So what if you guys met a week earlier and set the agenda a week earlier?
So like the day after a board meeting, we meet and set the next agenda.
Mm-hmm. So the agenda for the next meeting is set the Friday, which would be 10 days before the meeting.
And we can add as we go. We have
Instead of 3 days before the meeting, the agenda is set 10 days before the meeting. Everyone is committed to getting as much information onto board docs, and everyone is committed to being prepared. Gives you 10 days to prepare.
And when you say prepared, you mean prepared with your vote, already decided exactly?
No.
No,
Just
just
study the
prepared with the
issue.
information.
I'm not coming to gather information I could have gathered before the meeting.
So you're calling board members.
I have pondered, I've weighed it out. I know what I'm walking into the board thinking. I've weighed out the issue.
Dr. Godfrey, what would, I mean, a lot of our agenda items come from cabinet. How would that impact things?
Or from our committee meetings.
Or from committee meetings, yeah.
We can adjust to whatever you'd like. The last time we talked about this, which has been years now, we determined that we would put policy on Friday when it's like an updated policy or something where you're reading through, giving it a close reading. But presentations aren't necessarily put up until the Tuesday. The difference in putting up the materials in advance, so a PowerPoint, is that now you're creating a PowerPoint that has to include all of the nuances, all of the conversation you're going to have around the slides, and having just the graphic of the slide may be incomplete or even misleading. And it may just create some frustration and confusion, like if we just put up a
If you
boundary
give a mouse a
presentation.
cookie, the picture of if you give a mouse a
There
cookie.
you go. There you go. Well, Caleb's in particular, but I just we want to provide really good information to you, and I think even though we're going back to the drawing board a little bit and having a legal eye look at the policy about potentially being able to hire people who've had a felony in their past, and we're adding some other things, I felt like we as a staff can do a better job, even on policy, to say, here are the changes, but this is why we were making the changes. Mr. Barnett, I think in particular, commented on how helpful it was to have that in advance. So I think as staff, regardless of the changes you make, we can be focused on providing you the best information possible as far in advance as possible. Because we know that you do have other things going on, as Ms. George indicated. I just worry about expecting everything too far in advance, then we can't be as responsive to the latest information we've gotten or emails we've received from folks. I will say that we always appreciate, and all of you have done this at various times, a phone call, an email, a text that says, hey, I have a question. And it doesn't mean you can't ask it in public still, so that the public knows you've asked this question and they hear us answer. But it is helpful to make sure that we're actually hitting on what the information you're looking for, and it's a well-researched answer. So I think from my perspective, questions in advance help us do a better job of supporting you. we'll continue to provide the best information we can as early as we can. But if we get too far out, then the information is without the context of a discussion, and it may take away our ability to adjust as we get more information closer to the presentation. The request for one of our items came on Friday, and I think it was timely, and I think it was really important. But we were able to pull that together. So I think flexibility is going to be key, where we don't, maybe we say ideally all of this happens, but we can be flexible based on what the information is that you're looking for.
Would it be hard if we moved the executive meeting to Monday instead of Wednesday? You said you have a Tuesday meeting. Is that a lot of the agenda items, or is that the Friday before?
Wednesday is when cabinet meets, so I go over a draft of the meeting. So you get the best agenda on Wednesday afternoon because it's updated with whatever we need. I'll say very quickly, we used to create physical packets. Everything had to be turned in by like Wednesday morning, and a physical spiral bound packet was delivered to each board member's home on Friday afternoon.
Can we go back to that?
I was on cabinet then.
With crumble cookies?
So we've been able to be nimble and flexible, but I don't want to be so nimble and flexible that you don't have the information you need when you need it. So maybe one thing we could do as I talk about this, we could work with the executive committee to say, okay, what are the materials that we need and when do we think we need those materials? And kind of talk through that.
I mean, right now, cabinet meets Wednesday morning, executive meets Wednesday afternoon. You get the agenda on Thursday. It's not finalized and stuff isn't on board docs till Friday afternoon. So you've seen the agenda Thursday, but yeah. And then
Well, let me throw one more thing out. That last line, desired outcome, has just become kind of a redundant sentence instead of, here's the question you will be asked to answer. And I think if we could go back to the desired outcome is that you're going to answer this question or you're going to decide on this issue, rather than it's always the board will hear and give direction to staff. That's what it's turned into, is just this redundant, hey, you're going to discuss it and give direction as needed, rather than tell me the question I'm going to be asked to answer. What am I voting on? If I could have that as part of the agenda, that's what I come to board meeting having pondered. And now I know what questions I need answered. Oh, you're going to have to ask. You're asking me if I should eliminate parent-teacher conference from the calendar. I know that's not necessarily what we were asking. But if the desired outcome is, here's the question we're asking, and that's on the agenda, that is night and day. That is so helpful for me in my advanced preparation if I know what's the question I'm going to be voting on.
And we can do that, but let me push a little bit, and I'm going to go back to the calendar discussion, because we were voting on whether or not to send the survey out on those three, but you asked 3 different questions that took an hour-long discussion. So how would we
not have been on
that would not? How do we know in advance that a board member is going to ask a question?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Give me the calendar a week before the meeting so that I see parent-teacher conference on it.
The agenda.
On the calendar. And then I call you and say, Tracy, I would like part of that discussion to be, do we want to eliminate parent-teacher conference? And then I can help you give the question that we're going to ask. There's always going to be something that comes up. But there was no question on the agenda.
Not to belabor the point, but then the risk is that you would suggest that, but then you have to have other people. What is the rule? 3 people have to want it on the agenda, but without the discussion, you may not have been able to get it on the agenda.
And that's fine. But at least, what was the point you were making about that agenda item? We are going to present 3 options. One is an early August, one is a mid-August, one is a late August, and we're wondering if you're okay with those 3 options to go out for survey. That's the point of the discussion. And here are the 3 calendar options that we're presenting. And we are going to ask you, are these calendar options okay with you to send out for survey?
We can be more specific about desired outcome without, that's the desired outcome, but that's not the maximum,
Only.
but that's not the maximum outcome.
Right.
It
Okay.
sounds like you want a
That-
more
that makes
detailed
sense to me.
agenda.
That makes sense.
Like,
Just why is this on
Why
the agenda?
is this on the agenda?
Yeah.
Why do I need to hear this as a board member?
Okay, so it sounds like there is an interest in having better information on the desired outcome. Everyone
Yeah.
good with that?
I like that.
Okay.
I
Well,
would
that's
like to
one thing
know
we've
if after
agreed
the
on.
item I would like to know after the item if you're still wondering why you had to hear that presentation. So, I mean, I'm being serious. Is afterward you say, so what was the point of that?
Yeah.
I don't think we've had any of those tonight, of course, but
A debrief email or something, a survey.
Yeah.
Was this
yeah.
agenda item
yeah,
necessary?
I don't feel like this was necessary and you didn't make your purpose clear. If that's ever the case, let us know.
Okay, good discussion, a lot of good ideas. I don't feel like we've coalesced around anything in particular, except for having more specific desired outcome on there. Does anyone want to make any other suggestions or revisit this later?
And making crucial information available to the board as early as possible.
Yeah.
If we're asking the board to make a decision on calendars, how soon can we get the calendars to the board? Can we give that to them a week, 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Can we post the agenda to board docs and start adding attachments to it before Friday? Is there a reason we don't ever do it till the agenda's finalized and posted to the public Friday? Board docs just
It
for
goes
board
through a
members
lot of
to see?
iterations. I would. Yeah, I
But
would.
not the attachments, they're for board members only.
I would prefer to send attachments. This is an important discussion because I think our philosophy has been let's gather everything and gather, and then it comes on Friday. Bam, it comes in a group. Instead, without necessarily putting the draft agenda and posting it to board docs, we could email you things along the way and say, here's the calendar that's going to be posted to board docs. Just so you've got it.
Email us individually. Then it's not a group.
Well, as long as you don't reply. We'll blind copy you all so we can't start
Don't reply
something.
all, yeah.
And so we could do that, and then we can say all of these were posted on board docs. The calendar has been updated since it was emailed to you, and this is the change. Something like that, if we had to make a change. So I think there's some good direction. I don't know if that was the desired outcome on the agenda tonight, but the desired outcome being more specific and getting you information as soon as we can, I think those, rather than waiting to send it all at once, send it as we have it. Bids would be the exception. We're going to send you all the bids at once probably, just because those get refined along the way and we don't want you getting various versions of that. But
It's also been good and clear and the justification letters there and
I think that was based on feedback from the board and hard work from purchasing and John, so.
My hesitation on this is that a lot of times when individual emails are sent out or individual texts are sent out, they get lost in the shuffle sometimes. I don't know if that's the right answer or not.
Well, is it worth trying?
Sure.
We can put board materials, board
Anything's
meeting
worth a
materials
try.
in bold, so you know. We'll work on it. Roxanne will do a nice job of figuring out how to get those to you as soon as possible. So.
Okay.
If the
We've got
subject
medication
line said
coming out.
something
Yeah.
same every time, board meeting, all caps or whatever.
That's what I'm thinking. Board meeting materials and then the date of the meeting.
A good
I
idea.
think that's something that could really, because I have the same problem. Searching through my emails like searching through Google. It'll pull up 1.2 million results.
True.
Okay.
Paid for the extra storage.
I do pay for the extra storage. I absolutely do.
It's just more emails.
So we have an improvement to desired outcomes and to see if we can create a process in which information is sent to board members sooner rather than later. Are there any specific changes to this policy, or are we done with this policy?
Can I add a third?
Huh?
And the third is to ask questions in advance of staff whenever possible. Is that fair? Not that they can't be asked in the meeting as well, but it's just helpful for us to be prepared. We can give a more concise, accurate, and thorough answer.
And I love it when staff calls me and says, hey, heads up, there's this on the meeting, and I know that you're always passionate about it. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any changes to the policy?
I'm very comfortable with the
Leave
policy.
it as is. We're just going to
As
change
is.
procedures. Okay,
Brian.
I'll take a motion.
I move that we adjourn.
I'd second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Barnett. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay,
we
the
made
motion
it before
passes
10.
unanimously. Meeting adjourned.
To talk.
Sorry, did I miss you?
I'm really
That was a.
I'm really uncomfortable with that.
That was.